we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken. I ran up a ticket. This chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big old booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedity, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimping when we in the city. Don't ask about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tennis. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. See some thousands, now I'm at the million, so all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with
it. What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all locked in, man? What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap that screen, shut a live out. We in intro mode. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. How we're moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spend some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap that screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all locked? Y'all locked, man? What we doing?
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube. Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Hey, saying locked and loaded. Trump ready to target Iran. We got the ballroom supposed to be a 6-story bunker. And we got gas prices set to skyrocket, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. We got an action-packed episode. I see everybody's in here a little early tonight. What's up, Karen? What's up, Big Niche? Lala and H Buster, Laker. I see you, Mud Butters. I see you, Jeff, you too, and Zach. What's up, Possum, man? Y'all ready for an action-packed episode, man? We got Chud the Builder is reaching out, begging Aiden Ross to cover his $1.25 million bail. He says that he will fight on brand risk on Aiden Ross's fighting platform for free if Aiden Ross comes and bails him out. In other news, we got Ed Galrain defeats Thomas Massey, winning the Kentucky Republican primary. Also, after 7 failed attempts, the U.S. Senate has advanced a measure that will require congressional approval for continued military strikes on Iran. In a 50 to 47 vote, the Senate has now officially advanced the Iran War Powers Resolution, but I'm going to break that down for you guys later on in the episode, what that really means, how effective this could really be in actuality. How effective could this actually be? Also, we have Sneeko calling Hassan Piker a fake Muslim. We'll get into that as well. We got Trump did a press conference in front of that White House ballroom that's supposed to be 6 stories below ground, complete with a medical facility and all. A lot of people are saying he does not plan on leaving office if he builds this. JD Vance also briefed members of the media. We'll watch JD Vance talk to the media, and that's when I'll break down that War Powers vote. I'll break down that War Powers vote. Also, James Talrico is now favored to win the Texas Senate election. Somebody came here and told me that they thought Talrico was going to win. I wasn't really believing it, but now that Trump endorsed Paxton, yeah, I don't know, man. Talrico might actually win. Also, we got a couple miscellaneous clips, and we have Israel assesses that Trump decided to attack Iran with joint U.S.-Israeli preparations now fully complete. This is according to Channel 12. Israel is on the highest alert since the ceasefire started and says it must strike first or risk a preemptive Iranian attack. And that's according to Khan News. Tim Dillon sat down with Pierce Morgan. Also, we got Dr. Matthews and Cornell X. They confronted racist attorney Michael Phillips. The one that used the N-word with the Hardy are in open court in Brazoria County, Texas. So yeah, he got confronted. You know, the lady that's going around, the same lady that went around when they said the kid, they recorded the kid using the bathroom. I believe it's her and Cornell X pulled up on this attorney, Michael Phillips, that was using the N-word. The median range of first-time homebuyers has jumped from 28 years old in 1991 to 40 years old today, and that is per Realtor.com. Trump says the timeline for Iran is 2 to 3 days, maybe until early next week. He also moved to admit 10,000 more white South African refugees. Trump is bringing in 10,000 more white South African refugees. Reports are also coming out that Xi Jinping refused to meet with meet with the billionaire CEOs that Trump brought with him on that China trip. They're saying Xi Jinping said, you know what? I'm not with it. I don't want to meet with any of those guys. I believe he only met with Trump. Union hotel housekeepers in New York City will soon make over $100,000 per year. A new contract. The union owners of nearly 250 hotels would raise wages by more than 250%. Wages would be raised by more than 250%, Chad. If workers ratify the deal, it'll mean life-changing money for 27,000 union members and their families. Philippine President Marcos announces that the Philippines would have no choice but to be involved in any conflict with Taiwan. Any conflict involving Taiwan, the Philippines president said they would have no choice but to be involved. The ICC has issued a warrant against Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich. He's accused of war crimes against the Palestinian civilians in the West Bank. Meta's HR chief has confirmed the company will cut 10% of its workforce tomorrow. More job cuts. 8,000 workers will lose their jobs tomorrow morning at 4 a.m., according to executives. She also confirmed Meta will move more than 7,000 people to work on a new project around AI. So 8,000 workers will no longer have a job, and 7,000 workers will have a different job on tomorrow over there at Meta. The Pentagon reportedly did not want resumption of Iran strikes Oh, the Pentagon reportedly did not want resumption of strikes as Iran grew more effective at tracking U.S. air operations. And that's according to the New York Times. The New York Times is saying Iran is growing more and more effective at tracking U.S. air operations. Iran is prepared to continuously fire hundreds of missiles per day at Gulf energy infrastructure, refineries, ports, and water desalination plants as soon as the U.S. resumes strikes. And this is according to New York Times. What else do we have? The government may be covering up 0 Point Energy, according to Tim Burchett. The SEC is set to release innovation exemption for tokenized stocks, which will pave the way for trading digital versions of securities. This is according to Bloomberg. We also have CENTCOM commander also clashed with lawmakers. We'll get into all of that, chat. Don't tap the screen, shut a live out, man. I hope everybody had a great day. We're about to get into the episode. This is Chud the Builder basically crying, asking Aiden Ross to please bail him out of jail, saying he's willing to do whatever. He'll even fight for 100% free on brand risk. Well, it wouldn't be free if Aiden bailed him out.
Listen, Aiden, it's Dalton, Chud. If you can get me out, help with the bond. I cannot access my funds until I get out of here because no one has access to any of my Gifts and Go or my crypto wallets, etc. I have to get out of here so that I can get verification processes to get into all of these funds. I will fight for free. If you can help me out, post bail, I will fight for free. We'll do whatever it is you want to do, bro. I need somebody with big money who can throw down, who can support me.
So that was Chud the Builder pleading Aiden Ross to come bail him out. And according to the replies in the comments, Aiden Ross has already said no, he's not gonna bail Chud the Builder out. He doesn't want to touch it. He wants nothing to do with Chud the Builder getting out. All right, chat. This is the
right here.
This the guy right here. He was in court in Texas. He was in Brazoria County, Texas, and he called a lady the N-word. Basically, he called her the N-word, used a hard ER in the middle of court. And you know that one lady, once y'all see her, y'all know what I'm talking about. She don't play that shit, man. She's pulling up on everybody about everything. Well, she pulled up on this guy today, but she had a man with her. I believe his name is Cornell X, and he pressed this attorney who was calling that woman the hard R in court. Thank you, Karen, for supporting the channel via Super Chat. Thank you, Karen. I hope you had a great day, and I hope you have a great night tonight, Karen. Thank you for supporting the channel. Let's watch it, chat.
Yeah, that's your ass.
So you don't want like saying
you
N-word, right?
Like call people niggas.
You gonna call it? You gonna
Call
call it
me
N-word
a
today?
Call
I
me one.
bet you won't call it in front of a black man like that.
I bet you won't call
in
me
fact,
no
let
nigga.
me help you. You call a black woman N-word, call me that.
No, call me.
I dare you to do it. I swear for God, I'll make you taste the answer.
So, chat, is this man wrong? Is this black man wrong for pulling up on this attorney? Like, hey, you got a viral clip, you calling that woman the N-word, now call me the N-word. And the lady with him is like, call me the N-word. Say it now. Call me the N-word. Is he wrong, chat, for confronting him about this? Is he wrong?
N-word today? I bet you won't call it in front of a black man like that.
I bet you won't call
in
me
fact,
no nigga.
let me help you. You call a black woman N-word, call me that.
No, call me.
I dare you to do it. I swear for God, I'll make you taste the ancestors.
Me too.
You a coward. Call that black woman the N-word. You a real coward,
Why
man.
would you
We'll
do
catch you
that?
inside.
Now, go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Go ahead.
I guarantee you
Come
wouldn't
on.
do it in front of me.
Come on.
I know. In fact, I know you won't. Say the N-word in front of me.
Come on. Go on in there.
And I'll give you a taste everything for the ancestors.
Go on
Say
in
it.
there.
Say it in front of me. I dare you to say it. It's Cornell X, but you'll learn it real well today.
Yeah.
Say it. I bet you won't say N-word in my face. See, you talk to black women like that by themselves. You intimidate black women by themselves. But a black man, you won't open your goddamn mouth. I dare you to say it.
That hearing aid.
I dare you to say it.
That hearing aid and shit. Get your old ass out.
Press him, I ain't gonna lie, chat. Put major pressure on him. And this is what I'm talking about, chat. Like, this is the shit this is the type of time that I'm on. Like, yeah, it's free speech. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say. But you better know where the fuck you at with it. You better know where the fuck. Everybody's not playing that shit. Everybody's not playing that shit. You don't know where the fuck you at.
Intimidate black women by themselves. But a black man, you won't open your goddamn mouth. I dare you to say it.
That hearing aid.
I dare you to say it.
With that hearing aid and shit, get your old ass out. Run around with your bald head ass, you old spike little face looking bitch. But I ain't playing with you. Hey, Broadway, look here, tell Judge Bradshaw we're not bringing it into that courtroom, okay? All right.
Oh, they in the courthouse.
No, let's go inside.
Can we go in?
Yeah, I'm counting.
See, Luke says he would have said it right in his face because he told him to. I ain't gonna lie, Luke, you might have been eating a nickel sandwich, my boy, and then shit, if whatever transpired after that just would have transpired. Now, I'm not saying, listen, if you gonna say this shit, stand on what you say, but be able to back that shit up. And we just seen this man got punked. He wasn't willing to back that shit up. Now, Luke, if you willing to back that shit up, by all means, do it. Do what you gotta do. Just be on man time. That's the thing. Don't talk tough and then get pussy. If you on man time, be on man time. Back that shit up, man. Be willing to accept whatever comes with it. Straight up. You gotta be willing to accept whatever comes with it. Look at him. Don't be like this, Luke. Don't be like this. Don't be pussy like him.
I bet you won't call in front of a black man like that.
I bet you won't call
in
me
fact,
no nigga.
let me help you. You call a black woman in word, call me that.
No, call me.
I dare you to do it. And I swear for God, I'll make you taste the ancestors.
Me too.
You a coward. Call that black woman the N-word. You a real coward,
Why
man.
would you
We'll
do
catch you
that?
inside.
Now, go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Go ahead.
I guarantee you wouldn't do it in front of me.
Come on.
I know. In fact, I know you won't. Say the N-word in front of me.
Come on. Go on in there.
And I'll give you a taste of everything for the ancestors.
Go on
Say
in
it.
there.
Say it in front of me.
You got to be able to back it up, man. You can't be walking around on your last leg talking crazy, man. You can't. He's a strong breath away from being tipped the fuck over, man. He got to know what's going on. All right, chat, we're going to move on from that. Before we get into the news, I got what do I got? I got two more clips. All right, I don't know. Who is this? Somebody sent me this clip in the suggestion box. What is this?
Should we start with an alien?
Oh, the alien shit.
Hybrid breeding program where they're capturing caravans of immigrants and forcing them into this, or?
Oh, chat, y'all gotta hit the like button, man. Hit the like button on your way in. Let's get to 100 likes so we get the algorithm. Everybody help me help y'all, man. Hit the like button.
Should we start with the fact that a congressman who is well respected thinks that if this is fully disclosed, it's going to set the country on fire? I'm going to hand this one over to you here. I'm speechless.
Sure. Well, first of all, I've had the privilege of speaking to Representative Tim Burchett and his colleagues, and what he's saying regarding access to very sensitive information, he's absolutely correct. Some of the people that briefed those individuals, I personally know. They were colleagues of mine back in the day. He's absolutely correct that some of the population, I think, would probably be potentially concerned about how much we know about this topic, and for several reasons. We can go into that. Now, as far as this notion of alien crossbreeding and hybridization, let me just preface this. When I was in the Pentagon at ATIP, I was a nuts and bolts kind of guy, so really airframe, air integrity, the material science and propulsion behind the vehicles themselves, not so much the occupants. But what Gates is referring to is something called, in the vernacular, it's known throughout kind of the UFO community as MyLabs. And what it suggests is that there's been a long-standing agreement or understanding between us and our friends from out of town that have allowed us to work with whatever these are, in a cooperative agreement, and in exchange for that, supposedly they would have access to certain human specimens biologically in order to test. I have to say, first and foremost, I heard about that while I was at the Pentagon. I was not privy to the specifics of that. From my understanding, that relationship began, if it is true, began some.
Happy birthday to your baby, your 18-year-old Amber. Happy birthday to Amber's baby, man. Did you get her the scratch offs, Amber?
Sometime in the 1950s, and has continued. I have met several individuals, former intelligence officers for the Air Force and other services, who swear by it, who actually say they've had encounters with UAP and have seen military personnel in and around the vehicles, and as if, very nonchalant, as if it was supposed to be. I have to be careful with going into any type of speculation about hybridization or any type of scientific study or research, because again, that was not my forte. But what I will say is I've had plenty of individuals tell me verbatim that the military is far more, the military industrial complex is far more involved in this topic than anyone really knows. There are cases which seem rather interesting, where you have in some cases UAP potentially being escorted by American fighter jets and allied fighter jets. So that would give you some sense of cooperation maybe between us and whatever they are. I can't tell you for certain, because simply I wasn't privy to that, if that indeed existed. But I will also say it's really not that far of a stretch if we were to come into contact with, let's say, just another nation, right? So let's look at it this way from a real perspective. There are tribes right now that are isolated in the Amazon and also in the South Pacific, and we have these no-go zones. Basically, we're not going to interfere with these indigenous people and their development, because they've never had outside exposure. They haven't been exposed to recent diseases and things like that, and it could cause a significant problem for them. But once one culture decides.
Hey, look at Jason, man. Amber talking about her daughter just turned 18. Look at Jason ready to send her ass to the military. Jason talking about do women have to sign up for selected service? No, Jason, it's males 18 to 24. That's crazy, Jason. She just turned 18 today. You already trying to send her ass off. Damn.
To engage another culture here on Earth, right? Forget about out there, just right here. You have an exchange of ideas. You have agreements between the different peoples. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You can go back and look at the conquistadors during their La Reconquista, or the Reconquista.
All right, man, that's enough of that, man. They really ain't talking about shit. All right, chat, let's get into Sneeko calling Hassan a fake Muslim before we get into the news, man. We're going to watch this, then we'll get into the news.
Honestly, I think if Sneeko didn't become this weird right-wing grifter, he could have had an incredible media career ahead of him. Because he used to, when he was a little kid, he would do all these thoughtful videos about American militarism, American imperialism, all this shit. And then his brain just got completely
Bro, the only reason that this dude is clamoring for mainstream attention all the time and is wearing a suit and he's trying to be the left-wing Nick, bro, he's just never been censored. It's the perfect example of somebody who is allowed to speak this way because he makes the movement look silly. People just see him, oh yeah, the good little puppet, he can be the Free Palestine guy. Because he brings transgenderism into it, feminism into it. He makes it look dumb. People talk about him shocking his dog more than they do his ideas. Most people don't even know what his ideas are. He doesn't have major
Shit. Sneeko is bleeding them. Shit. Chat, man, who y'all got on this, man? Hassan or Sneeko, man? I'm not gonna lie. Hassan is kind of hard to watch sometimes. Sneeko be on some bullshit too, I'm not gonna lie.
Clip farms. He doesn't get posted other places because he doesn't speak in a concise way. He's not fresh. He's not interesting. It's a nothing burger. Even sometimes when I realize that he has the correct perspective, like Iran war, I try to watch the stream.
What's up, Tyler?
I'm falling asleep, bro. I'd rather watch Ethan Klein.
With the support of Love Speech community. Thanks for your support and thank you for standing with Gaza.
He was having a shit ton of threesomes with a bunch of Republican conservative content creators, they're I mean, it's nothing that you didn't expect, but yeah, a lot of these guys apparently they just fuck a lot, all these conservative trad cats and shit. Yeah, Sneeko was having threesomes with this lady, Amy something. Okay. Yeah, they're having like grifter orgies out there while simultaneously talking about, you know, living traditional lives. It's so funny. These guys think it's oxymoronic for me to be successful financially, but also be a socialist. Meanwhile, they quite literally do not practice what they preach. Okay? There is no, like, that is diametrically the opposite of the way that they present themselves. Okay? This motherfucker's running around being like, I'm actually a pious Muslim.
Yo, Hassan, when they called you a white boy yesterday, you said, I'm a Muslim and they call me a terrorist. Dude, you are the guy that claims you're Muslim all the time. When did I say I'm the pious, perfect person? Second off, obvious Matrix attack. It's like you're falling for obvious. The Matrix has attacked me. Third, it's like, when did I ever say I'm perfect? When, this is so low IQ.
Revert. I believe fully. I subscribe fully to Islam, and then he's having fucking three-ways and shit.
Bro, this Matrix attack accusation is from 3 years ago, bro. He even said himself last year that this is so dumb.
Watching his girlfriend get fucked by other dudes, like...
Nigga, didn't he date a porn star? Why am I having these conversations? Wasn't he in a literal relationship with the porn star while she was actively doing porn? What are you talking about, cuck?
I don't even understand how that stuff works at all. What the fuck?
Yeah, you do.
Oh,
I bet you his ass did not ask one of these sheiks, you know, on one of the call-in shows to be like, you know, Imam, great Imam, please tell me, is it haram if I have a threesome and then...
Yeah.
So then stop calling yourself...
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. A Muslim dating a porn star sounds kind of crazy to me, bro. I'm not gonna lie. A Muslim dating a porn star sounds crazy, bro. It just sounds like that shit shouldn't be going on.
The Muslim streamer when you do nothing to be Muslim at all. He doesn't fast. He doesn't pray. Like, I'm not even trying to haram police, but there's no part of Islam that's in his life ever at all. Like, it does not exist in his life, but he still calls himself Muslim streamer. The problem with that, it's not a haram issue. I don't care. The problem is now people have a false idea of Islam because leftist people like this present themselves as the Muslim representative in America. And now they think, because of Hassan Piker, that Islam is a leftist, gay, feminist, transphobic. This is homophobic and transphobic. Now they have changed the word jihadi to mean Hassan Piker. Well done. Was that successful? Did you beat Israel?
Hit the like button, chat.
There's another guy, and he's fucking my girlfriend. Please, for the love of Allah.
Now, I'm not gonna lie. I seen that stream, chat. So to give y'all some background, Sneeko was on stream one day, and he told everybody that him and his girl went to a swinger party. Like, he thought he was badass, and he wanted to take his girlfriend to a swinger party to where everybody's just doing what they're doing. And so he was like, hey, we're going to go in here. If you don't want to do anything, you don't have to do anything. And she ends up getting banged the fuck out. Like, let's just say it. He said she ends up having more fun than he did. He's ready to go. Like, he's seeing her and she's just getting drilled, passed around. And now he's like upset in his feelings. Like, why did I even bring her here? He thought he was going to be Billy Badass. Ended up watching his girl get choo-choo trained. And now he was upset. So that's what happened there.
Allah, look at Amy Something's Instagram bio. Another Instagram link. Christ is King. Mrs. the Bryn Cat on Rumble and YouTube, America First. Yeah, this is the lady. She loves James Fishback. And I think that's her husband, who is a groiper. Is that a Swagapino W or L? Honestly, I think if Sneeko didn't become this like weird right-wing grifter, he could have had an incredible media career ahead of him. Because he used to, when he was like a little kid, he would do like all these thoughtful videos about American militarism, American imperialism, all this shit. And then his brain just got completely fucking...
Bro, the only reason that this dude is clamoring for mainstream attention all the time and is wearing a suit and he's trying to be the left-wing Nick, bro, he's just never been...
This is the thing, Too Strong. You saying that's the thing about a swinger party. That's what's going to happen. It's supposed to be smashing another dime. What are we doing here? See, that's not some shit you take your girlfriend to or your wife. Now, I know some of you people out there are just kind of into that shit, but listen, where I'm from, that shit is for when you just got some shit going on, man. You just got a little motion and some shit going on. To take your girlfriend to a swinger party is crazy, bro. To take your wife to a swing, your fiance to a swing, it's fucking crazy, bro. Like, what are we doing here? Like, what's going on here? Now, if you want to just take a broad, a woman to the swinger party, okay, show up with a woman. But to take your girlfriend, to take your wife, to take your fiance to the swinger party, like, kind of looking at you niggas a little crazy, bro. I'm looking at you niggas a little crazy, bro.
Censored. That's really the only separation. It's the perfect example of somebody who is allowed to speak this way because he makes the movement look silly. He's allowed because he makes it look stupid. He doesn't speak well. He's not funny. He's not entertaining. He's not engaging. He looks dumb when he goes on the news. So they allow him to be the face of Islam in America. Well done. He hurt the movement more than he helped it. People just see him, oh yeah, the good little puppet, he can be the Free Palestine guy. Because he brings transgenderism into it, feminism into it. He makes it look dumb. People talk about him shocking his dog more than they do his ideas. Most people don't even know what his ideas are. He doesn't have major clip farms. He doesn't get posted other places because he doesn't speak in a concise way. He's not fresh. He's not interesting. It's a nothing burger. Even sometimes when I realize that he has the correct perspective, like Iran war, I try to watch the
What's
stream
up, Stacey?
I'm falling asleep, bro. I'd rather watch Ethan Klein. This is bad. This is the example.
You said he wants to share his wife for some reason. Yeah, what's up, Stacey? You said most Turkish aren't Muslims. Oh man. But yeah, so what I'm gonna say about this, man, that cuck behavior shit, bro, that's a fetish, bro. Like, I don't know, like, what's going on there, but that shit needs to be studied, bro. Like, that, and then the women who enjoy, like, their men being cucks, I mean, shit, let's just call this shit what it is. You're a hoe. Like, fuck it, you're a hoe. You like getting, what, you like your man watching you get banged out, shit. Let's stop giving this shit all these fancy names. Like, you're a slut, and he's a fucking weirdo. Like, we gotta have all this fancy terminology for it and shit. No. Like, dude, what's going on?
Of somebody who's hurting the movement, but he's like, well, I'm here. Dude, no, it's not. It's not push the conversation forward. And if you were really a threat, you know what would happen, Hassan? You would get banned from Australia like me. You would get censored from YouTube, Instagram, Meta, everywhere, Snapchat.
Tony, I'm in here keeping it too real. I'm running the people out the chat. I told them women that like to be passed around and like their men to watch. I said, we don't gotta have me fancy names for them. Let's just call them what they are, sluts. And then I said the men who like to watch their wives and fiance gets banged, we don't gotta make up these fancy names like cuck and shit. Let's just call it what it, a weirdo. And it'll just encapsulate all of that shit. They don't like when I talk like this. They get the running away and it might hit a little too close to home. Hey, don't get mad at me, man. That's just my way of thinking. I mean, shit, it is what it is. Y'all want to put this cute terminology on shit to make it passable and shit. No, call it shit what it is, man. Call it shit what it is. You're a slut. You like to get banged out by random guys, whoever shows the fuck up, unicorn or whatever, and he's weird for wanting to see it. Let's call it what it is.
3 years for some nonsense reason. Banned on Twitch. Are ideas really that different overall? I know you grift the Mao thing and the socialism thing. I'm banned on Twitch for extreme hateful conduct. You want to know why? Because I mentioned Jewish supremacy in Israel. Because it's not fascist billionaire. You subverted to make the conversation look goofy. Talking about the billionaire class. Israel exists because of Judaism. That's not anti-Semitic to point out like you're so afraid of. You misdirect the conversation and talk, that's a Holocaust denier, and you help them out. That's why you're allowed. That's why I'm banned. Real threats like this, you're gonna face some backlash. You're gonna get scrutiny. You're not gonna get invited on fucking CNN.
Reoriented by Andrew Tate. He got hit with the Andrew Tate beam and he was like, oh, I love Red Pill. Oh, I love fighting against the Matrix. I mean, he went through like every version of being...
Then they're like, oh, it's just having fun. It's a fetish. It's what they're into. Okay, cool. All of that might be true. It might be a fetish. It might be what they're into and shit. But at the same time, without the cute terminology, if you just say, hey, man, what do you call a woman that just bangs a bunch of guys, and let your man watch? What do you call that? And what do you call the guy who watches? Quit making up these cute terms to make this shit seem, a little different than what it is. Live in your truth, man. If you're a slut, man, you're just a slut, man. I'm trying to dress this shit up.
Being blasted by internet invented ideologies.
Like leftist Islamists.
I don't know. I don't know where he's at now.
He's ruining the image for Muslims in America. He created, I think he's probably the #1 proponent of this new identity of cultural Muslim. What does that even mean? He'll claim Muslim, and then not do anything at all. Not even haram. There's nothing.
And then y'all lucky I wasn't around, chat. Like, I wasn't on YouTube for that whole let's not slut shame and shit. Like, who started that? Who started that let's not slut shame? See, back when I grew up, man, and you guys did it, it was like, man, hey, if you was a hoe, you was just a hoe, man. Everybody knew you was a hoe, man. You probably got called hoe. Like, who started this let's stop slut shaming? I gotta talk to this guy. Who the fuck started that? Who signed off on that? I didn't agree to that. I didn't agree to that shit.
Islamic about it. In fact, Islam talks about eschatology. Islam speaks about the racial supremacy issue. It gets into why Israel exists. If you read the prophecy, if you look at the Hadith, you could figure out why Israel the way it is. But his religion is not Islam. His religion is Maoism or socialism or communism. That's what he puts first. That's why he changes the conversation. That's why they allow him.
And I got just full disclosure on what did you call it?
Clubacost.
Clubacost? Okay, that's great. Clubacost. Okay, so here's, by the way, my entire take.
All right, man, that's enough of that shit, man. Let's get Sneeko and Nick Fuentes and them the fuck up out of here, man. Let's get into the show, chat. We had a nice little warm up, man. Let's get into the show. We're gonna go into not that Tim Dillon. What is it? All right, we'll listen to that JD Vance. Let's see what JD Vance is talking about first. Everyone hit the like button, chat.
Very, very bad for the safety. Of course, they pay their taxes expecting that it's going to go to pay our troops and ensure that low-income children have access to food and ensure that people get medical benefits even if they're not able to afford a doctor. I think it's a great thing about our country is that we have this generosity of spirit where we take care of one another, but fraud takes that away from us because it steals money from the taxpayer when they pay their taxes, and it also steals money from innocent people who are meant to benefit from these programs but can't when the money runs dry because it's gone to fraudsters instead of the people who benefit from it or should benefit from it. So we're going to keep that work up. The President of the United States has been very clear that he wants us to focus on fraud. He wants us to prosecute the fraudsters, and he wants us to save the American people as much money as we possibly can. So we're going to keep at it. We're very proud of that work, and importantly, very proud of the team who've done an incredible job.
The fuck do you mean you want to save the American people as much money as you can? Like, have Americans not spent $40 billion more on gas since this war started? What the fuck do you mean you want to save Americans? No, you don't. No, you don't. Cut it out.
Then finally, just to give an update on the Iran negotiation, the Iran situation, I just talked to the president very briefly before I came out here. It's actually a very simple proposition here. There are two options, two pathways we can go down when it comes to the Iran situation. So step back for a little bit. What the President of the United States has said is, number one, Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. And I think it's important for the American people and all of you to appreciate that when we say that, it's not just that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, it's what would happen if the Iranians did get a nuclear weapon. We know that a lot of nations all across the Gulf would then want their own nuclear weapon, and then a lot of nations all across the world. And what has been a very effective bright spot of American foreign policy really for the last 20 or so years would disappear overnight. If you have every country in the world scrambling to try to get a nuclear weapon, it would make us all much less safe. And Iran would really be the first domino and what would set off a nuclear arms race.
Amber, I'm not with that, man. Listen, listen. JD Vance, out of there. No Vance 2020. Rubio, out of there, man. Listen, Thomas Massey just lost his damn, he lost his damn campaign. So it's looking like they asked him, was he going to run for president in 2028, man? It's looking like it might need to be Massey, man. It just might need to be Massey to get this shit back even, man. Make this shit look a little different, man. I'm just going to be honest with you. Talrico's looking like he's going to win Senate. Massey, his ass is out of there, man. Massey might well start campaigning now, man. Start raising funds now.
All over the world. That's very, very bad for the safety of our country. As the father of 3 young kids, I don't want them to inherit a world where 20 additional regimes, half of them very dangerous and very sympathetic to terrorists, have.
In a Republican primary, man, they're going to have a fucking tough time, bro. In a debate, or a wide open primary debate, Thomas Massey is going to put belt to ass with all of this shit he stood up against. Now, I'm not saying Massey's the perfect candidate. I'm just saying before we see a Vance or a Rubio, man, when we see this debate, a wide open primary, Thomas Massey's going to put belt to ass, bro. Belt to ass. About the Epstein files, belt to ass. About this Iran war, belt to ass. That debate is going to be a hell of a debate.
Nuclear weapons. We want to keep the number of countries that have nuclear weapons small, and that's why Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, on top of all the other things that we might be worried about, that they themselves could use it, that they could use it in leverage and economic control or economic negotiations. We just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. Now, what we did here is that we effectively degraded their conventional military capability. That has been done. That has been successfully done. You could always do a little bit more, but where we are now is the president has asked us.
But this is the thing. When he says they degraded the conventional military technology, they still have the stockpile of missiles, though, and silos that we haven't gotten to yet. They said that they're going to berate the GCC with missile after missile after missile on the refineries, on the energy infrastructure, on the ports, on everything. They said as soon as this cracks back up, they're going to drop hundreds of missiles.
Has told us to aggressively negotiate with the Iranians.
Yeah, Stacey, all they do is lie, exaggerate the truth, and spin this shit, man. The only person that we get an inkling of truth from is Trump. Because sometimes Trump just don't give a fuck, and he's going to tell it like it is. Every now and then Trump will just say, like, I don't know if he can't read the room or if he just doesn't. That Trump going to say that shit, man. Like, yeah, you know, I don't give a fuck about the American people's pockets. Like, that's true. Like, he meant that shit. When he says he doesn't care about the Americans' pockets, like, that was the fucking truth. Like, he meant that shit. Like, voila.
Why did I go to Islamabad, Pakistan? Why did I spend, I think, probably 22 hours on a plane going there, 24 hours coming back, and then 21 hours on the ground negotiating with the Iranians? Is because we wanted to show a sign of good faith. The Vice President of the United States is willing to cut a deal so long as the Iranians are willing to meet us, again, on that core issue of never having...
Rubio gives some truth sometimes, too. Like when Rubio told us about the imminent threat, Rubio gives some truths, too. Sometimes he'll let that shit slip.
A nuclear weapon. We think that we've made a lot of progress. We think the Iranians want to make a deal. The President of the United States has asked us to negotiate in good faith, and that's exactly what we've done. So we're in a pretty good spot here, but there's an option B. And the option B is that we could restart the military campaign to continue to prosecute the case, to continue to try to achieve America's objectives.
So now, this is what J.D. Vance is talking about. So today, a bill advanced in the Senate with Senator Cassidy's vote as a notable defection. It aims to invoke and reinforce the War Powers Resolution of 1973 that requires Trump to withdraw troops and forces or get explicit congressional approval for to continue it. So what J.D. Vance is talking about is renaming the operation, but Trump could also veto that. And if Trump vetoes that, it's going to take 2/3 majority in both the House and the Senate to override it. So Trump has a lot of options. Just because they invoke the War Powers They got the war powers approval. That doesn't stop anything Trump wants to do. He can rename it. He can veto it. They're not going to get 2/3 majority in House and Senate to override it. Trump can just ignore it and deal with the damn impeachment later. It's not like he's going to get removed for being impeached. Or he could, it's a lot of options Trump has. So I don't think this war in Iran or this conflict is coming to an end. I don't think he gives a damn about that Senate bill passing. I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares.
And we could talk a little bit about what that looks like, but that's not what the president wants, and I don't think it's what the Iranians want either. We have an opportunity here, I think, to reset the relationship that has existed between Iran and the United States for 47 years. That's what the president has asked us to do, and that's what we're going to keep on working at. But it takes two to tango. We are not going to have a deal.
Oh, and they can rename it, chat. They don't have to rename it they can rename it a project. They can rename it a different operation. They could name it as a blockade. So with the war powers resolution, that means Trump has to withdraw forces. But if he has a blockade in place, that means he can't withdraw forces. They'll just say, hey, the forces have to stay here. Operation Epic Fury is done, but we need these forces in this area to enforce this blockade. Or he could rename it Operation Sledgehammer, like has been floated. There's a lot of different ways he could go about this, and they're willing to exhaust every single way, I believe.
That allows the Iranians to have a nuclear weapon. So as the president just told me, we're locked and loaded. We don't want to go down that pathway, but the president is willing and able to go down that pathway if we have to. So with that, I will say thank you all. It's cool to be here. I'm going to give a shout out, of course, to the person I am replacing today, Carolyn Levitt, who hopefully is at home enjoying some time with her beautiful kids. I told Carolyn I would stand in for her today for the White House press briefing on the condition that when Usha has our baby in July, that she would be vice president for a couple weeks. So thank you, guys. And I actually want to start first with Nick from Breitbart. Nick, it's good to see you.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. Today we saw the president endorse Ken Paxton over John Cornyn in the Texas Senate race. Do you think that sends a message going forward for the next cycle to senators, considering running for re-election, or any MAGA-aligned potential candidates that are considering challenging them?
Well, I'd say a couple things, Nick. First of all, I think the president's very gratified by the response that he's heard from the base and from a lot of voters, I think, who are passionate about Ken Paxton. We think Ken Paxton is going to be a great senator for the people of Texas, but most importantly, a great United States senator who can work on solving the problems that all of us confront as a country together. I've known John Cornyn for a long time, but unfortunately, when it really counted, Ken Paxton was there for the country, was there for the president, and that's why he ultimately earned the president's endorsement. He thinks he's going to be a better senator, thinks he's going to make a better candidate, and so I do think it sends a message, but really not just the endorsement, but one of the things the president has done very effectively, going back 10 years in his leadership of the Republican Party and the country as President of the United States, is he said, I want people who fight for the good. I want people who can't be bought by corporate lobbyists, who can't be bought by Wall Street, who can't be bought by special interests, who are going to go to Washington and fight for the people who actually elected.
So now that we see it's going to be a Paxton versus Talrico, I wonder if Talrico is going to sling a little mud. Because Ken Paxton has a lot going on with the investigation, with the divorce. Ken Paxton has a lot going on. I wonder is James Talrico willing to sling a little mud in this election?
Them to those positions. And I think one of the things we've seen in the Republican Party, while I can't say that all of our representatives are perfect or all of our senators are perfect, we have seen a much better crop of talent come into Washington since Donald Trump has been the leader of the party and the leader of the movement. I do think we're going to continue to see that happening. But I think the message that people should take from this is fundamentally, you have got to serve the people who sent you. And if you don't do that, you're going to find yourself out of step with voters or out of step with the President of the United States, and that's not a good place to be politically.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just following up on what you just said, you said that the White House is negotiating with Iran in good faith. I think Americans tend to believe that, but what is it about the Iranian side that you personally have seen where you believe that they are negotiating with us in good faith?
Well, first of all, I'd say it's a very complicated country, and it's a country that I wouldn't pretend that I understand even after as deep as I've been involved in this process from the very beginning. It's a great and proud civilization, amazing people. We obviously have a great Iranian American community here in the United States of America, smart people, very hardworking, and you see some of that in the negotiating team on the other side. You also see some very hardline positions in the negotiating team on the other side, and so I think you see that conflict, the fact that maybe the Iranians aren't themselves quite clear in what direction they want to go to. They also are just a fractured country. So you have the leadership of the country, there's the supreme leader, and then there are a lot of officials below the supreme leader that has some influence in the negotiation. It's not sometimes totally clear what the negotiating position of the team is. And I don't know if that's sometimes bad communication, if that's bad faith. I wouldn't pretend to venture a guess there, but I...
What's up, Classified? What's up, Grave C? What's up, H-Buster? I'm not gonna open the phone lines up yet, Classified.
Will say with confidence, it's sometimes hard to figure out exactly what it is that the Iranians want to accomplish out of the negotiation. So what we've done is tried to be as clear as possible. What are our red lines? What are the things that we're willing to be accommodating on, and what are the things that we absolutely must have? And as the president has said ad nauseum, and I think I've said it a lot too, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We want to see not just the commitment to not have a nuclear weapon, but the commitment to work with us on a process to ensure that not just now, not just when Donald Trump is president, but years down the road that the Iranians are not rebuilding that nuclear capability. And that's what we're trying to accomplish in the negotiation. Sorry, you had a follow-up.
Yeah, just for Americans at home, because this has been going on for several weeks now. I think what people just want to know is, do you personally believe that the Iranians will come to a deal? Because we keep seeing this over and over again where they go back and forth.
So do I personally believe it? The honest answer is, how could I possibly know, right? And you negotiate with people, and sometimes you feel like you're making progress, and sometimes you feel like you're not making progress. What I think is that the Iranians want to make a deal. What I think is...
I don't know. They probably do, but I don't know how close we are to that deal. Chat, we got 9 minutes to get 50 likes, man. We're way behind on the like goal. Everyone double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up, man. Y'all know how it goes, man. We got to be getting closer to those like goals.
Is that the Iranians recognize that a nuclear weapon is the red line for the United States of America, that they've internalized that. But we're not going to know until we're actually putting pen to paper on signing a deal. We've had a lot of drafts, a lot of pieces of paper going back and forth, but I will not say with confidence that we're going to reach a deal until we're actually signing a negotiated settlement here. And I think that it's ultimately up to the Iranians whether they're willing to meet us, because I think we're certainly doing a good job, and we're certainly negotiating in good faith. We're going to have to see what ultimately happens with them. I can't say with confidence because I don't know what's in the mind of the other side. John?
Mr. Vice President, thank you. I want to ask you about that $1.8 billion fund set up, weaponization fund.
Here we go.
Why should taxpayers be paying to settle a $10 billion lawsuit that was brought by the President of the United States? And should people that attacked the Capitol building and assaulted police officers, should they be eligible? Should they receive money? Should they receive money from this fund?
Well, let me say a couple things about that. First, John, I think in some ways the media has misrepresented what this is actually about. This is about compensating Americans for the lawfare that we saw under the last administration. And by the way, anybody can apply for it. Republicans can apply for it. Democrats can apply for it. As you know, the President of the United States has pardoned a number of Democrats who he felt were actually subject to this lawfare. I mean, if Hunter Biden wants to apply for this particular fund, he is welcome to. It's going to go through a normal process where we vet everything, where we try to identify whether people's claims are actually legitimate. But here's the question. When you say, why should taxpayers fund this? Whenever the United States government incurs legal expenses, it pays out those legal expenses. When it's settling a lawsuit, it pays out money to settle that lawsuit. And the question is a dollar of this money going to the Trump administration? No. Is a dollar of this money going to Donald Trump personally? No. Is a dollar of this money going to Donald Trump's family? No. The people that would get the money are people, some of whom have been prosecuted completely disproportionate to any crime they've ever committed. Like, let's just take a couple of examples.
Owen Schroeder and them finna get paid, man. Owen Schroeder, all of those. Cal, all of those people finna get paid, man. Double tap the screen, chat. We got to get to 100 likes, man. We're still 25 likes away from the next like goal, on the way to that 100 likes. Please double tap the screen. If you're enjoying the content, subscribe to the channel. We're going to get in that Piers Morgan, Tim Dillon interview here in a minute.
Tina Peters is this woman who is about to get out of prison, thanks in large part to the president's good work in Colorado. This is a woman who, at worst, if you believe everything that the prosecutors said about her, committed misdemeanor trespassing, and somebody threw the book at her. This innocent grandmother was going to spend 10 years in prison, completely disproportionate to any misdemeanor trespassing that I've ever seen. Was that fair? No. Is it reasonable for her to get some compensation for the fact that she was treated unfairly? I think the answer is yes, and I think that what we're going to see, hopefully, is the entire country, led by this Department of Justice, turning the page on the lawfare. What I would like to propose, and I think the Democrats, hopefully they're willing to meet us halfway here. I won't hold my breath. But what I would propose is something very simple, that if you are willing to turn the page on Joe Biden's lawfare, why don't we prosecute people? Very simple principle. Why don't we prosecute people who violate the law? Let's not prosecute people because they said the wrong thing or because they had the wrong political candidate or because they had the wrong viewpoint. And I think part of that, part of turning the page on that, is to actually ensure the real victims of that lawfare receive some compensation. That's what this fund is going to be targeted at. And again, there's going to be a process to ensure that that money is only given to people who have actually, I hate to say earned it, but the people who actually were really mistreated by the previous administration and Department of Justice.
Go ahead. I understand that everybody is eligible to apply for this fund. I mean, you're eligible, but I assume you're not going to apply and you don't think you should get money out of this fund. Of course. So isn't it just as easy to say that people that attacked police officers should not get taxpayer money from this fund?
Well, look, John, we're not trying to give money to anybody who attacked a police officer. We're trying to give money, not give money, we're trying to compensate people where the book was thrown at them, they were mistreated by the legal system. Sometimes, we do have, John, in this country, innocent until proven guilty. We do have people who were accused of attacking law enforcement officers. That doesn't mean that we're going to completely ignore some of the claims that they're going to make. We're going to evaluate these things on a case-by-case basis. And if we think that
you said, how do we apply? You got to have a federal case. If you ain't got no federal case, your ass out of there, man. This shit is for federal cases.
Whatever they were accused of, if we think that somebody was unfairly prosecuted and deserves just compensation, then that's what this fund is going to exist to provide. It's just going to correct a wrong, and I think that's a good thing. And I'd encourage everybody, Democrat, Republican, Independent, let's turn the page on this thing that we did under the last administration where we tried to throw people in prison because they had the wrong politics. Let's throw people in prison who broke the law. I think this fund is a good part of getting justice for the people who were wrongly treated. Back there, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Just to follow up on that quickly, does that mean that people that were violent, that were convicted, were mistreated? Are you saying that?
Well, you're asking me to comment on hypotheticals and on any number of dozens of cases. Here's the thing. We're going to look at everything case by case. As you know, every single case has its own details. Every single case has, there are things about it that maybe don't meet the eye. We're just going to look at every case by case. That's all I'm saying. I'm not committing to giving anybody money or committing to giving no one money. What I'm committing to is a legal process to...
Okay, chat, let's do the first law poll of the night. Should the J6ers be eligible for this compensation, violent or non-violent? Should the J6ers be eligible for this compensation, violent or non-violent? Chat, double tap that screen. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Chat, let's get to these like goals.
Review these claims and to make sure that people who are mistreated by their government get a little bit of compensation because of it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Yes, sir. I realize that the pointer finger is not as precise as I thought it was. The guy I have this cheat sheet, but the problem with being 41 years old is I'm blinder than I was a few years ago. So we'll say blue blazer, blue tie. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to ask a quick follow-up on Iran, but first I'd like to ask you about fentanyl. Fentanyl, sourced largely from China, killed about 403,000 Americans over the past 7 years, according to CDC data. That's one in every 850 Americans who died. White House Counterterrorism Director Sebastian Gorka said last week that China's exports amounted to the targeted killing of Americans and war by other means. Do you agree?
What's up, Gun? What's up, Kayla? What's up, Andres? What's up, Swinker? I just had to shout out to the new people I seen in the chat. What's up, Icebergs and Lotus, man? And Randy, I hope y'all all subscribe, chat. So I'm going to say this, chat. For those of you who said no to the violent or non-violent, I want to know now, non-violent only. Should the non-violent J6ers receive compensation? The non-violent only.
With that assessment, and what is the Trump administration doing to punish and deter China, especially since the Supreme Court struck down the fentanyl tariffs?
So go ahead and ask the second question, because I'll try to take each.
Lala, how you gonna delete the message and say W stream? You gotta leave that message. Why you delete the message that said W stream, Lala? They shouting us out. You can't block them. You done block people shouting us out, Lala. Damn.
Question, and then I'll try to answer them, and then we'll go on. And if you ask 2 questions, I can only guarantee that I'll answer 1. In fact, I'm a politician. Maybe I won't even answer the one that you asked. But I will try at least to answer 1 question.
Okay, well, I'd love to hear the fentanyl response too, if not today, sometime.
Go ahead.
On Iran, is Russia taking possession of the enriched uranium in Iran a plausible end to the war? And if not, why not?
So first, on the Russia taking possession of the enriched uranium, look, these things are being discussed through negotiation. That is not currently our plan. That has never been our plan. I've seen some reporting on that. I don't know where it comes from, but the president's going to continue to negotiate a deal. So that.
I'm gonna be honest, chat. I think the J6ers shouldn't get a motherfucking dime. Man, I've been wrongly accused of shit, man. I done been put in jail, had cases dropped and shit. I didn't even get my lawyer money back, chat. I've completely beaten cases, had them thrown the fuck out, man. They didn't give me my lawyer money back. They didn't even give me my spare tire back when they seized my fucking car. Like, no, hell no. They shouldn't get a motherfucking thing. I didn't. Fuck it. I didn't, man. Beat my case. The lawyer didn't give me no money back. Didn't get no bail money back. Didn't get no, fuck that.
That is not currently the plan of the United States government. The Iranians have not raised it. My sense is that's not something the Iranians would be particularly excited about. And I know the president isn't particularly excited about it either. But who knows? I'm not going to make pre-commitments in a negotiation on any particular topic. On the question of fentanyl, a lot of people have died from fentanyl, absolutely. A lot of it has come from mainland China. We're certainly aware of that. But here's what I'll say. First of all, we've made incredible strides under Donald Trump's leadership to cut down on fentanyl deaths. If you look at the number of people who died in 2026, it's going to be lower than the number who died in 2025, which is way lower than the number who died in 2024.
What's up, Chris?
This is one of the things that I think all Americans, we should be celebrating.
Yeah, no, they tore my car up. I'm just going to be honest with you. They tore my car up, tore it up. Listen. Okay, Chad. They tore my car all the way to the ground. Tore it up. I'm talking about panels out, doors off, spare tire gone, sat in jail, had the bond out, paid my lawyer. What was that, like $7,500? Yeah, Chad, fuck me over, man. I didn't get a motherfucking thing.
And I'm certainly proud of the president's leadership for making this possible. We ran, if you remember, in November of 2024 on a very simple idea that a lot of fentanyl came from East Asia. It was smuggled into Central and South America, and then the cartels would bring it into our country, and a lot of our people would get poisoned and killed because of it. We said if you got control of the southern border, we would see a substantial reduction in the number of people who died from fentanyl overdoses in the United States of America, and that is exactly what's happened. Now, yes, the president has raised this with President Xi any number of times. I know it came up during the meeting that they had in China just last week, but it's come up in any number of phone calls, and our sense is that President Xi has been willing to work with us.
All right, chat. We're gonna give an honorable mod wrench out tonight. I'm gonna let the chat decide. I'm gonna let the mods decide. Actually, mods. We're gonna let the mods vote and give out an honorable mod wrench. Now, listen. This is gonna be a probationary mod wrench. Your ass not in here. Next week it'll be gone. But we're gonna let the mods give out a mod wrench tonight, man. Y'all pick somebody. Double tap the screen, chat. Let's get to 100 likes. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal.
On this, and obviously we want to continue to ensure that the Chinese work with us as much as possible, because we don't want our people to be poisoned. So we'll keep working on that issue with the Chinese. There's been, I think, a big amount of progress that's been made, but of course we can make a lot more progress, and we're certainly going to be committed to doing exactly that. Right. Yeah.
I want to put Laurie as a mod, but Laurie can't be a mod because she's a member, man. Laurie's a member and she's a faithful member. I like Laurie's name Green. Laurie's a mod already. Laurie's already a mod, but we like her name Green. I'm sorry, Laurie. You kind of disqualified. You and Karen, because I like y'all name Green. But y'all are honorary mods anyway. You get the mod privileges anyway.
White jacket, sorry.
Oh, hey, yeah. Natalie with Washington
Natalie,
Post.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Does the government need to create a new mandatory review process for new AI models, given the concerns about mythos? And secondly, in a few days, Pope Leo is going to release his encyclical on artificial intelligence. What influence, if any, do you see the Pope's guidance on AI having to broader society?
Well, I mean, I think when the Pope issues an encyclical on artificial intelligence, it's going to have some influence. I, of course, don't know how much influence. I don't know exactly what it's going to say. But I think when the leader of the world's largest Christian denomination speaks on an issue like that, it's certainly going to have some influence. And I'm sure it'll contain a lot of insights, some of which I'll probably agree with, some of which I may not. But I think that it's going to be a very, very important document. And I think that, you know, one of the things I always found fascinating about Pope Leo is that he chose the name Leo XIV, which of course is recollecting Leo XIII. Leo XIII was the Pope during a period of incredible industrial transformation in the entire world. Of course, that industrial transformation, according to a lot of people, led to the rise of fascism and communism in Europe. I think it was interesting that Leo XIV chose that name to maybe apply Christian social teaching in a new era with a new technological innovation in the same way that the Industrial Revolution was the technological innovation of its time. So I think it'll be fascinating. I'm looking forward to reading it. My guess is it's going to have a lot of influence. On the question of what our policy is going to be, look, what we're trying to do in the Trump administration is very simple. The president wants us to be pro-innovation. He wants us to win the AI race against all other countries in the world. He recognizes that AI is going to be an important tool, not just for our economy, but for our military. And so he wants to ensure that we are winning that particular race. We also want to make sure that we're protecting people. We're protecting people's data. We're protecting people's privacy. I think with this Mythos release, one of the things that we're very focused on, of course, is whether not necessarily the developers of Mythos, but whether some other bad actor could use Mythos to target various cybersecurity vulnerabilities. So it's something that right now we're working in a collaborative way with the technology companies, and we're just trying to make sure that the American people are as safe as possible. I'm not going to get ahead of the executive order or any other actions that are going to come out, but we're trying to balance those two things. We want to be pro-innovation. We recognize, I mean, artificial intelligence could be great. It could help us find cures to diseases that currently, you know, people are dying from or suffering from. It also does have some downsides, and we're trying to balance that safety against innovation, and we think that we've got the right balance here in the Trump administration, but it's something we're going to have to keep on working on because that's just the nature of these technologies.
What's up, counterculture?
Change. Let's go. Is that Reagan all the way in the back? Daily Caller? There we go. Okay. I figured out.
Yeah, our privacy's gone. Protecting our privacy from who? Protecting our privacy from foreign adversaries. Sorry, all of the damn big tech companies sell out our data. Protecting our privacy from who? The states. Sorry, can't do it. Protecting the feds, flock cameras, everything. No, we have no privacy. What are we? That's what we need to start asking. When they start talking about protecting our privacy from who? From who? From who? Who are they protecting our privacy from?
Finally, how the seating chart works.
I want to ask you about the anti-fraud task force. You previously mentioned that Ilhan Omar seemed to have committed immigration fraud. Do you anticipate an indictment against her, an indictment related to that situation?
Yeah, so Reagan, I don't want to prejudge an investigation. I mean, you read the things about Ilhan Omar and about, you know, who she married and whether she didn't marry this person or that person. It certainly seems like something fishy is there, but
what's up,
everybody's entitled to equal justice under the laws. So we're going to investigate it. We're going to take a look at it. If we think that there's a crime, we're going to prosecute that crime, and that's something the Department of Justice is looking at right now.
Mr. Vice President.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Based on what you've seen during your work on this anti-fraud task force, do you believe anything should change about our immigration or refugee policies to stop fraud in the United States?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, one thing I'd say is that the biggest immigration fraud that existed under the Biden administration, it's not just that they let a flood of people across the southern border. That was obviously a very major problem and something I'm proud of the president for stopping. But it's also that they allowed the asylum and refugee claimant process to become totally fraudulent. And so here's what would happen, right? You would take a person who, in normal cases, would just be a traditional economic immigrant, whether you let them into the country.
Okay, chat. Another live poll. If they can prove Ilhan Omar actually committed immigration fraud, should she be deported? Should Ilhan Omar be stripped from her seat and deported if they prove she committed immigration fraud, chat? Let me know.
Or not, they're trying to come because they want a better job, okay? They would come into the country and say that they were fleeing persecution, and they would say that they were an asylum claimant, and then effectively what the Biden administration would do is say, okay, you're an asylee, go into the interior of the country, here's a work permit, maybe come back in 10 or 12 years for your hearing on whether you actually have a legitimate asylum claim. So what did that mean? That meant that person was just completely given amnesty and released into the interior of the country. Well, what if that person was a criminal? What if that person actually had a violent history? We didn't do any of the work necessary to ensure that the people coming into our country claiming to be asylum claimants actually had anything legitimate or anything good in their background. So that is a serious problem. It is.
Okay, chat. So majority of you guys said yes, she should be removed from office and deported. We have one comment that says, Stephen says, no, she's already an American. We can't start kicking people out for technicalities. So do you agree or disagree with Stephen? Should we be able to, hold on, I'm lagging. Should we be able to remove people due to technicalities? Should we be able to remove people from the country due to immigration technicalities?
Something that we have fixed in the Trump administration.
Is that a technicality or is it fraud? Is that a technicality, Stephen, or is it blatant fraud? I don't know.
But fundamentally, that loophole, you're going to see sometime in the future, somebody is going to try to exploit that loophole. And it's one of the things that we're very focused on in the fraud task force is making sure that the people who exploited that loophole are actually prosecuted for it, assuming they committed a crime. Yes. So I don't know your name. You have a beautiful cross necklace, though. So go ahead.
Over from Lindell TV. Thank you so
Kara.
much. I have two questions. One of them is going back to the $1.8 billion fund, not to keep beating that, but sadly Democrat lawmakers are misrepresenting that fund.
I agree.
Yes.
It's a great question.
And sadly some of the mainstream media doesn't understand the magnitude of the political persecution of J6ers. So if a violent offender like a J6er was still over-sentenced and mistreated, literally some of them were sentenced to 24 years in prison, put on unconstitutional pre-trial detention, literally tortured in cages, wouldn't that person still be able to apply for the fund because of due process? And
this is why we say, just to answer that very briefly, this is why we say we have to evaluate this thing case by case, right? We don't in the United States say that everybody who's accused of a crime is automatically guilty in a court of public opinion. You've got to actually look at this stuff and figure out what were they accused of. Maybe they did something bad even, but what they were accused of was way worse of what they actually did. Maybe they had their entire lives ruined in a totally disproportionate way. That's fundamentally illegitimate and political. And I find, just Carol, on this point, one of the interesting things about the American media is there is a fascination. If you go to any American law school, there are these, prisoner rights clinic. There are people who objectively committed heinous crimes, but the American media and the American Legal Academy has decided that even though they committed bad crimes, their sentence was disproportionate, they were mistreated in some way. You know who never ever gets an ounce of sympathy when it comes to that disproportionate sentencing is people who voted for Donald Trump and participated in the January 6th protest. Go to your second question.
About Pete Davidson, he made a horrific, obscene joke about the murder of your friend Charlie Kirk. What does this still say about where...
I'm just going to be honest, chat. And I've said this since I started this channel. It would have been a totally different January 6th if there was a different group of people. Now, let's just be honest, Chad. If it was a bunch of niggas going to take over the White House, it would have been a massacre. It wouldn't have been any arrest. It would have been a fucking bloodbath out there. They were the Capitol, wherever they was at, trying to take over the Capitol. Yeah, it would have been a bloodbath out there. It wouldn't have been no compensation fund. It would have been a lot of GoFundMes. It would have been a lot of GoFundMes. Let's start there.
Our political divisions have gone, and what are you specifically doing to bridge the divide, especially as a potential future president?
Well, sorry, who was it that said something?
Davidson made a really obscene joke about Charlie Kirk. So what are you doing as a potential future candidate or president to bridge the divide?
Well, first of all, I'm not a potential future candidate. I'm a vice president, and I really like my job, and I'm going to try to do as good of a job as I can. But let me just say this. So you talked about Pete Davidson, who said something bad about Charlie Kirk. Look, Charlie was a very, very dear friend, but more importantly than that, Charlie was a father of 2 beautiful kids, and he did not deserve to have all of those moments with his kids, all of those moments with his beautiful wife taken from him in the way that happened. I would expect everybody with a heart or a conscience would say whatever we agreed or disagreed with about his particular viewpoints, this is a tragedy.
This is the thing, though. See, the Black Lives Matter protest didn't go to D.C. to the damn Capitol building and bust windows and break in. We can talk about what they did to the local businesses. We can talk about Black Lives Matter shutting shit down and destroying cities. Yes, they did that shit in Minneapolis. They did that shit in Milwaukee. They knew better than to carry their ass to the fucking Capitol building. It would have been a fucking bloodbath. I don't care what anybody says. It would have been a bloodbath.
And it's totally unacceptable that it happens in the United States of America. To their credit, a lot of the reporters in this room, even though I don't agree with their politics, they were open about the fact that what happened to Charlie was disgusting and it shouldn't happen in a civilized country. You talk about bridging the divide. I mean, one thing that happened that hits, not quite literally close to home, but there was a very terrible shooting that happened today at a Muslim community center. It seems like 3 people are dead, plus the shooters. And, that community center is actually very close to this restaurant that Usha and I go to every time we visit. Her family lives in San Diego. She was born and raised in San Diego. Every time we go to San Diego, we go to this restaurant that is like maybe a 5-minute drive from this community center. And I found out about it actually on my way to the White House this morning. And I texted her, I said, would you have known anybody who was like involved in this? And she said, absolutely, I would have known some people, or at least their parents, who might have actually used the services at this community center. I don't know a single person who would say anything other than what I'm about to say, which is that type of violence in the United States of America is reprehensible, and I encourage every single American to pray for everybody who was involved and affected by it. We don't want that to happen in our country.
All right, Chad, we're 10 minutes into the poll right now. AR Stoner is in second to Sir Bob. Grape Steed is coming in last, and a person that I pick is in third. So be sure to get down there and vote for the new mod. We're going to give a conditional mod wrench, Chad. So be sure to get down there and vote.
And may God rest the souls of the people who lost their lives. What I do find a little distressing is that while every person I know, every politically conservative person I know would say exactly what I said about these innocent people who were killed, there were a lot of people who were celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. And I think one way that we can bridge the divide is just have a very simple principle in this country. Number one, we don't want the government throwing people in prison because they have bad politics, however you define bad politics. Number two, and way more importantly, political violence, wherever it comes from, is unacceptable in the United States of America. Let's talk with one another, not shoot each other when we disagree. I think that's the principle that everybody in this room agrees with. It's certainly the principle the President of the United States agrees with. Okay. All right. Sorry. I'm gonna try to read this here. I'm sorry? Okay. Okay, that was kind of interesting, so I'm going to give you the question. All right, go ahead.
So last week, the Pentagon halted deployment of 4,000 troops, U.S. troops, to Poland. This is in direct contradiction to President Trump explicitly promised not to reduce the troop level in Poland. So I'm going to ask you this question, which many people in Poland think. Why are you rewarding Putin and punishing your best ally in Europe?
Well, first of all, I'd say there's been no president who's done more, frankly, to ensure that Ukraine survived the invasion of Russia than Donald Trump. As he famously said, Obama gave him sheets, I gave him javelins, and it was those javelins that ensured that Ukraine still has its territorial sovereignty. What he's also said is that he wants to pursue an American policy that focuses on the interests of the United States. And part of that...
All right, let's be real. The javelins were effective. They did help, but the Ukrainians' adaptability is what's really keeping this war going on. Putin thought this war would have been over. I'm not the Iranians. I meant the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians adapting to modern warfare, having the women in the house making these drone parts, making ground drones, water drones, and air drones. Yeah. The javelins helped, but they obviously had to adapt because Trump said he's not sending tomahawks. Remember, we watched Trump and Zelensky sit down and argue the day he wore that all-black outfit. They were arguing over those tomahawks and javelins. And after that, Trump told him, hey, we might need the tomahawks, right? Remember, Trump said, hey, we might need our tomahawks.
Foreign policy is not to reward Putin or not to punish a country like Poland, which we love. We love Poland. We love the Polish people. No. What we're trying to do, what our foreign policy is geared towards, is promoting European independence and sovereignty. We want Europe to take more ownership over its own territorial integrity. We want Europe to step up in a big way. Now, I think you said 4,000 troops. We've not reduced the troop levels in Poland by 4,000 troops. What we did is that we delayed a troop deployment that was going to go to Poland. That's not a reduction. That's just a standard delay in rotation that sometimes happens in these situations. But here's the fundamental problem. Poland is capable of defending itself with a lot of support from the United States. We're not talking about pulling every single American troop out of Europe. We're talking about shifting some resources around in a way that maximizes American security. I don't think that's bad for Europe. That's encouraging Europe to take more ownership. The United States cannot be the policeman of the world. We want to be good allies. We want to make sure that our troop presence...
Listen, if we're gonna bring shame back, we gotta start with the new generations, man. Shame, this generation, man, and the generation below is desensitized. They have no morals. They have no moral compass. Shame is so far removed from these households that it doesn't make any. So if we're gonna bring shame back, we gotta start in the house. We gotta start early. Straight up, we gotta start early. Otherwise, the moral compass is gone. Finito, finished. Done.
Promotes regional stability in Europe. The president has not said, though he could, the president has not said that he's taken all of the troops out of Europe, but Europe has to stand.
Your ass used to act out in public. You got your ass whooped in public. You ashamed, embarrassed. Yeah, you embarrass me here, I'm going to embarrass your ass here. We got to bring that shit back. We talking about making America great again. Bring back ass whoopings. Bring back you act out. Where you act out is where you get put in fucking check, man. I'm not playing that shit. I'm not playing. Listen, my kids know daddy loves you, but daddy is your father. I'm not your friend. I have to worry about you. I have to protect you. I have to keep you safe. I have to nurture you. I have to care for you. I don't have time to be your friend. I got too much other shit to do. Being a father, being a dad, being a role model. Straight up, man. Bring back putting belt to ass.
And on its own 2 feet. And that's something that he's been consistent of, frankly, not even since the beginning of this administration, going back to the first administration, is we have got to have more sovereignty and more of Europe standing on its own 2 feet.
You said, who keeps my kids safe from me? Nobody. Nobody has to keep my kids safe from me. My kids know how to act. My kids have some respect. My kids say yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am. My kids know how to look you in your eyes when they talk to you. Nobody has to protect. My kids know how to fuck. They got some home training. Some shit that's long gone.
2 feet. That will continue to be our policy in Europe.
Those troops will go eventually to Poland?
What I said is that is it a delay in troop rotation? Those troops could go elsewhere in Europe. We could decide to send them elsewhere. We actually haven't made the final determination about where those troops are ultimately going to go. But what I'm saying is it is not accurate to say that we are pulling a bunch of troops out. It is a very small and very minor thing. And I think, frankly, a lot of the European media, again, is overreacting to this a bit. And here's one thing I'll say about this. Look, I have, for my entire life, I'm 41 years old. For my entire life, I have heard chirping from the European media about everything that's wrong with the United States of America. We don't have this, we don't have that. We don't spend enough on health care, even though part of the reason why we spend so much on defense was because we have tens of thousands of troops in Europe. I think that if the European media wants to attack the President of the United States, they need to start looking in the mirror. All he has said is that we're going to be good allies, we're going to be good friends, we're going to be trading partners, but it is reasonable for Europe to take a little bit.
And then we wonder why that shit going on. Because at the end of the day, the parents aren't accountable. We got to start holding parents accountable for this shit. We talking about these kids can't read. It's not the fucking education system fault. It's not the teacher. It's the fucking parents. We talking about kids going up, shooting up schools and shit. It's not the environment and shit. It's the fucking parents. It's the fucking parents. Be aware. Be attentive. Know what the fuck is going on. Get in your kids' business. The fuck are we talking about?
More ownership over its continental integrity.
Caitlin. I have a question on the war, but just to follow up, you previously told me that anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th should go to prison. So why not rule out giving them taxpayer-funded money?
Well, Caitlin, what I said is we're going to look at everything case by case.
But why not rule it out?
Because, Caitlin, there are people who I don't know their individual circumstances, and I don't rule things out categorically when I know nothing about a person's individual circumstances. Let's say a person is accused, let's say hypothetically, a person is accused of doing something that they never actually did, that they got a kangaroo court, that they had a judge who mistreated them. I think that we should look at those things case by case. We're not making commitments to give anybody money. We're just making commitments to look at things case by case.
Yeah, every day. Parents used to ask where was the homework and get the question and why you don't have any. Oh, you didn't have any homework today? Go study. Go open that book. I drill my kids, chat. I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to numbers and knowing how to count by numbers, y'all know I got little kids. When it comes to count by numbers, I drill my kids. Come on, again, faster. What is it, man? We count by fives faster. Come on, let's speed this shit up, man. At this point, it's memory, it's repetition, it's sight and seeing, man. We drilling them. It's not, I don't got time for all that soft shit, man. It's that we gonna get it. It's not how we're gonna get it. It's when we're gonna get it. Cause we're gonna drill this shit until we get it, baby. I'm right here with you. I'm not finna send my kids off and just push them off and expect them to come home knowing everything. No, we're gonna work. I'm gonna drill your ass straight up.
But just
No
to follow
diddy.
up on the war, you last week denied that the president said he was not taking Americans' financial situations into consideration when he's making decisions on the Iran war. He was asked about that again. He stood by it, called it a perfect statement, and said he would make it again. Do you believe that Americans' financial situations should be taken into consideration when you're making decisions as an administration about the war?
See, Caitlin, what you did is you misrepresented the question that I was asked, and then you misrepresented the answer that I gave. What I said is that a question that was asked where the president allegedly said that he didn't care about Americans' financial situations. He never said that. What he said is that it was totally taken out of context. What he said is that when he is negotiating with the Iranians, he's focused on the national security objectives that he's trying to achieve.
Hey man, I'm gonna be honest. I can just thinking back to my dad and my mom raising me. They had a 2-income household. They both worked full time. My dad had his fun time with me. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like he had his fun. I'm sure he wanted to get off work and relax and do whatever the hell he wanted to do, but he sacrificed that to drill me, to make sure that I was on par, make sure that I was above, I was excelling in school. He cut out his fucking free time. Now that I'm grown, I can look back on it and commend him for that. Like, well, shit, where was my dad's free time? Hell, I was stuck right next to him. When he had free time, nigga, we had free time.
Of course, the president has a mandate to be focused on a number of things. And I guarantee you every single day, I have conversations with him about it. Every single day, he's worried about his fellow Americans. He wants them to be prosperous. He wants them to thrive. He wants them to have good jobs. That's why we've done the things and taken the steps that we've taken in order to create record job growth, in order to create record wage growth, in order to induce trillions of dollars of new investment into our country. That's because he cares about that stuff. What he also said is that when he's talking to the Iranians, he's talking to the Iranians about questions, of course, of national security, like their nuclear program. You could hold two thoughts in your head at the same time, that the president cares about financial security for Americans, but also when he's negotiating with the Iranians, he's talking about the issues that are germane to the concerns of that particular conflict.
Going back.
Hell, my dad would get drunk too, Albert, and drive me the hell around. Now that I'm grown, he was tripping, but he was present. He was there, and I was always with him, and I love him for it. He was drunk, and he was fucking tripping, but he was there.
Back to the price tag for this DOJ fund, $1.8 billion. You have people that can't afford groceries. Gas is high. People are making sacrifices in their personal lives to accommodate for this rise in prices. People are telling us that they feel financially worse off. They're very concerned about the uncertainty. How can you justify that amount of taxpayer money for that fund when people are struggling? What do you say to Americans who wonder why this fund is getting all this money and I can't afford basic life amenities?
Well, let me say a couple things about that. First of all, you said $1.8 billion, and it's important for people to realize we're not just writing a $1.8 billion check. We're going to take a lot of people who are going to apply and say that they have been mistreated by their government. We're going to handle those situations case by case, and if we determine they were in fact mistreated by their government, we think it's reasonable to give them just compensation. But when you talk about funds and pots of money that are out there, I mean, thanks to Donald Trump's leadership and the working families tax cut, we put $40 billion into a rural health care fund in order to stop the closure, or at least prevent some closure, of rural hospitals and rural clinics that had been decimated under the Biden administration. We had a piece of tax legislation that put hundreds of billions of dollars into the pockets of families. No taxes on Social Security, no taxes on overtime, no taxes on tips. So I reject the idea that
I'm just gonna be honest with you, JD Vance. None of that shit matters anymore. $40 billion down the fucking gas tank since this war has started. Since February 28th, Americans have put an extra $40 billion in the gas tank, man. So all of that no tax on tips, all of that no tax on Social Security, I guess we're just breaking. I don't even know if we're breaking even.
that we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. We can give just compensation to people who are mistreated by the government. We can also make sure that the American people, we do everything that we can to make their lives better, to make them more prosperous, to give them better jobs. That is the primary focus of Donald J. Trump's White House. That's the question all of us ask every single day is, how do we make our fellow citizens more prosperous? We can do that while also taking care of people who are mistreated.
Groceries have risen in the fastest rate in a month. The fastest groceries are rising at a rate that we have never seen before over the last month. Gas is getting ready to approach $4.50. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime.
Treated by the last administration. Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Curry.
Oh, and what is it? The 30-year bond. 30-year bonds are at 5.1%. What inflation's back up at almost fucking 5%. You got home rates above 6%. Home prices are outrageous. But we got no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, baby.
After the ceasefire with Iran, drone and missile attacks on the Kurdistan region have not stopped. That happened yesterday as well. What is your position on this issue, and what do you expect from the new Iraqi government regarding the control of militias?
Well, as you know, you've asked the president this question before, and we certainly love the people of Kurdistan. Anytime that drone attacks or missile attacks are hitting anybody, but particularly civilian populations.
Chubby, what is not true? The 30-year bonds is like 5 point. It's probably higher than 5.1 right now. It's probably went up. Inflation is back above Biden levels, 4 point whatever percent. I just quoted, and home rates are above 6%. Home prices are at an all-time high. Where is the fucking lie? Gas is coming up on $4.50 nationwide. Where's the fucking lie?
That's not something we like to see at all. And it's one of the things that sometimes happens. Unfortunately, these ceasefires, they're not always perfect. We've seen that in Gaza. We've seen that certainly in Iraq.
What people aren't realizing is that when the UAE asks for that influx of cash, China's been dumping our bonds. Japan's dumping bonds. Bonds are on the open market. So they have to do what? Give a better yield. Now, this is a 30-year bonds at 5.1 and higher, right? What does that mean? The borrowing cost is going to be fucking sky high. Borrowing cost is going to be sky fucking high. Whatever you want to buy, anytime you want to borrow money, it's going to be fucking high. If you want to buy a house, it's going to be fucking high. You want to buy a car, it's going to be fucking high. Probably if you got some kids that's getting ready to go out into this real world, they're fucking toast. They're toast. I'm sorry, they're toast. Let them stay at home a little bit longer, because right about now, they're toast.
Iran and some of its neighbors, but we have seen a significant reduction in violence over the last few weeks of the ceasefire. And look, fundamentally, the president's been quite clear. This is going to go, again, in one of two directions. We're going to restart the war, which is not the preference of the president of the United States. We're going to restart the operation, or we're going to strike a deal, and I think that's an important thing. That's what we're focused on, and that's what we're going to keep on working towards. Okay. It is very... Okay, in like the purple dress there. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. Rowena Ortiz with Turning Point USA.
Now think about this, chat. The average new car note is already $800. The average new car note is already $800. The average used car note was like, damn, was it like $600-700, some shit crazy like that? That was before. That was before this war started. That was before everybody around the world started dumping these bonds. What do you think the average car note will be next year? If it's at $800 right now, what do you think it's going to be next year? And what kind of insurance do you think you're going to have to cover that bad boy?
There has been an uptick in religious violence across the country. What's your message to protect people across all faiths in America?
I appreciate that question. Obviously, Turning Points would know a lot about this issue. As we talked about earlier, you guys have been the subject of a fair amount of violence yourself. I guess what I would say is the principle of religious violence is particularly disgusting, especially in the United States of America. And as a devout Christian, I would say it's one of the most...
Nah, they're not taking a plunge. They're not taking a plunge, he-who's. Maybe you have 2019 cars selling at new car prices. Everything's inflated. That shit's not... I have two friends right now, Chad. One of my friends, she's paying like $850 for her car right now. Insurance is like another $800. I got another partner, he has a car right now. He's paying like $840 for it. insurance. I don't even know what his insurance is. Now me, chat, I'm country for real. Like, hey, long as I got a nice truck, you know, hey, I'm cool. I don't need all the extras, man. I got my old schools and I got me a nice truck. I don't need too much. So my truck note is a quarter of that. Whatever they're paying at $850, $840, my truck note is a quarter of that. And I'm cool with it.
Anti-Christian things and anti-American things that you could do. And here's why. One, because a fundamental principle of all the great faiths is we are all children of God, and because of that, we are endowed by certain rights that are unique to our status as human beings. You violate those rights, most importantly, when you commit violence against another person.
I told you, chat, I'm so blessed and I'm so grateful that I didn't know this was coming, but I knew a storm was coming. I didn't know it was gonna be this. I can't say I predicted this, but I knew shit was about to get tight. It was time for quantitative tightening. I knew that much. I knew it was time for quantitative tightening. So I cut down all my expenses. I cut down all my expenses. When I tell you guys, chat, I cut down all of my expenses. All of them. All of them. And I'm so grateful I did.
You can violate them in other ways as well, but the most profound way to violate the fundamental right of human dignity is to commit violence. But here's why the religious piece of it is particularly egregious. One of the fundamental American rights that I think came from our Christian heritage as a civilization is the idea that we respect people's religious freedom, in part because we respect them as human beings, but also because we respect their right to find their own pathway to God. You can't force anybody to a pathway to God. They have to, through their own free will, find God themselves. That's one of the reasons why that right of religious freedom is the very first right enshrined in our Constitution. So when you commit acts of violence, you're committing an act against this fundamental idea that people are created in the image of God and that they have the right through their own free will to find God however they might want. And as a Christian, of course, you might have your preference for how they find their pathway to God. They have to find that choice. And anybody who would commit violence against another human being in the name of religion is, I think, doing something that is a violation, of course, of the laws of man, but I think more importantly, it is a fundamental violation of the laws of God. Let me go with. Okay, Garrett, you have your hand up. Garrett,
that's right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Midterms are well underway. You've got voters going to the polls in 6 states today. You and the president ran on a platform that included no new wars, cutting gas prices, cutting inflation. What do you say to the people who are going to the polls today and who feel like those promises are unkept?
Well, I'd say a few things. First of all, we've
What's
delivered
up, Shirley?
great wins for the American people. We ran on delivering tax cuts to the American people, which we did, the largest tax cuts in American history. We ran on cutting taxes, particularly on people who were working on overtime, working on tips. We cut taxes for those Americans. We ran on the promise of bringing investment back into the United States of America, that rather than factory closures, we were going to have factories opening. And we've seen both construction jobs and manufacturing, but also manufacturing jobs have great rebounds under the Trump administration and under our leadership. We are very aware that because of what's going on in the Middle East, gas prices have gone up and a lot of Americans are struggling because of that. Our view is that it is a temporary increase. We're taking a number of steps to try to push back against it and try to ensure that Americans are paying as little at the pump as possible. But I feel quite confident after we've taken care of business in the Middle East, those prices are going to come down. And there have been a lot of prices, as you know, a lot of prices from rent to housing, where we still got a lot of work to do, but we do see some real progress made across the economy on pricing, but also on people's jobs. Okay. I have John. I'm going to call on John. I'm just going to start calling John Rosh. Yes.
Thank you.
Great to see you too. Thank you.
So Trump initially said that the war would last 6 weeks. We are now, it's been going on for 11 weeks and 3 days. What's your message to the American people as to why it's gone on so long and it hasn't ended yet?
Well, first of all, the president said it's going to be a short-term operation, and I think that has proven out to be true. The active period of conflict.
All right, chat, we're going to do another live poll. Everyone be sure to hit the like button. We got to get the likes up. We're 25 likes away from the next like. Go subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the content. So I want to know, chat, do you think this war in Iran resumes, or is the war powers going to bring the troops home? Do y'all think we leave the Middle East or this war continues?
Lasted about 5.5 weeks. And now we've been in this ceasefire where we're trying to get a negotiated settlement that gets the American people the things that we need for our national security. So I've said before that we're going to go one of two options here. We're going to have a good settlement that actually gets the American people what they need, or we're going to go back to a kinetic operation. Obviously, the president prefers to get that settlement. I think the Iranians prefer to get that settlement. But regardless of what direction the president ultimately goes down, whatever he ultimately decides, I think it's important for the American people to...
China washed his hands. China, this is what happened. When you take into consideration everything that happened, Trump went to meet with China. You don't want to be in a hot war when you got the leader of the free world traveling across the globe. You don't want to be in a hot war then. So they had this ceasefire. Trump went, met with Xi Jinping, and Xi Jinping gave Trump the green light. Said, hey, look, we're not going to help Iran. We're not going to send any aid. We're not going to send any weapons. But we need you to mind y'all's business when it comes to Taiwan. Then you see the Philippines president coming out today saying, hey, we have no choice but to defend Taiwan. We have to get involved. Why do you think they have to? Because that's the proxy. America can't get directly involved anymore. That's what I'm thinking after that Xi Jinping meeting. So Xi Jinping sold out Iran and Trump sold out Taiwan. China said, what did they say? They're not gonna send aid. What else did they say? We'll buy more oil from the United States. We'll buy more LNG from the United States. We'll invest $1 trillion in infrastructure. We'll get out your fucking way when it comes to Iran. But Taiwan is our business.
Know two things. Number one, it will be for their security and their prosperity. That's why we're doing this. And number two, this is not going to be the sort of thing that lasts forever. I think a lot of Americans, especially in my generation, who are worried about forever endless conflicts, we have to remember, I think you said 11 weeks, a big chunk of that has been a ceasefire. This is not a forever war. We're going to take care of business and come home. That's what the president's promised, and that's exactly what he's going to deliver. Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, so Xi Jinping did buy the 200 planes with the option of about 750. But we have to remember, Boeing did what? What has Boeing been going through? Boeing's been going through hell over the last 2 years. Y'all don't remember all last year, plane after plane was dropping out of the fucking sky. Boeing whistleblowers coming up unalived left and right. Boeing was going through shit. They also said Xi Jinping met with none of the billionaires Trump loaded up on that plane. So this is it. We have to see the writing on the wall. What else do we have going on? The restoration of American maritime dominance, where we only sell 1% of the commercial vessels in the world when it comes to ships. Trump wants to push that up to at least, I think it was like 20% or more. So that's where you have that executive order, the restoration of American maritime dominance, where they called for all of these marinas and factories to be ready to go full throttle. They need to be ready to turn the switch on and pump out these commercial vessels because we have no market share. America has 0 market share when it comes to commercial vessels. And Boeing was on its last fucking leg because of all of the whistleblowers and all of the planes falling out of the sky, allegedly.
No, the orange. Yeah. Guys, please don't shout over each other.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Egyptian Foreign Minister today, in an interview on CNN, he said that the Arab countries are working with you on a memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran that can lead to a deal. Can you confirm that? And one other question also on Iran. You've spent over than 20 hours with the Iranian negotiating. Do you believe that other countries...
And we have to understand as well, Spirit just collapsed. So Spirit's about to get liquidated. right? So that's going to be a lot of what? There's going to be a lot of used planes come to market. Whether they let these companies pick over Spirit's assets and buy plane by plane, whether somebody swoops in and takes the whole deal, there's about to be a lot of Spirit's whole fleet is about to be picked through. So Trump securing that deal for 200 to 750 jets is probably keeping the new supply chain going because so many used planes are about to hit the market. The market's only so big for that kind of shit, Chad. There's only so many buyers in that kind of market.
Countries may be able to achieve what those negotiations could not.
Well, I think that the purpose of our initial negotiation was, one, to establish some relationships between two countries that hadn't talked directly in a very, very long time. And number two, just to get the pathway started to negotiation. I don't think any of us, meaning me, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff, had any great confidence that we were going to be able to reach a deal. But we did think we were going to take important steps along the pathway to reaching a deal, and we did. Now, you asked what the Egyptian foreign minister said. I haven't seen those comments, so I won't comment on them myself. What I'd say is I'm not going to detail what's going on in the negotiation. There's a lot of back and forth. A lot of good progress is being made. But we're just going to keep on working at it. And eventually, we'll either hit a deal or we won't. But we're going to keep on working at it. And I think it's important for us to actually privately have these conversations, because sometimes when you're doing a negotiation and you put everything out there in public, it actually complicates things more than it should. So we're going to keep these negotiations private until we've got something, of course, to tell the American people, and at that time we will. Okay. Yeah. Is that a magenta tie? It's hard to tell.
In the back.
He's like a purple tie there, right?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr.
so
Vice
this
President.
guy insists that he has the real purple tie. So I'll give you a question too. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Two questions for you. One.
Yeah, but you have to understand too, next, that the market is in shambles right now. Not only is Delta asked for money, Spirit collapsed, Delta asked for money. I believe JetBlue asked for money. Two other companies asked for money after Spirit collapsed. You have South Korean flights and Japanese flights adding surcharges to the flights because of jet fuel prices. The U.S. Energy Department said that fuel prices won't come down to pre-war levels at least until the middle of next year. So there's a very limited market on that shit. There's a very limited market. You have Spirit's whole fleet about to be picked through because they went bankrupt. So those assets have to be liquidated. They're not just going to let the planes go to the graveyard. The assets have to be liquidated. So we have an entire Spirit's entire fleet coming to market alongside all of these new planes that Boeing is shipping out. That was kind of where I was going with it. I think Trump's trying to make sure that Boeing shit is able to pump out these planes. Nobody expected Spirit to go belly up and all of these aircraft to come on market.
One on Iran and one on China, given the president's trip last week to Beijing. On Iran, you met on April the 11th with Iranian negotiators, including the foreign minister. Is it your sense, Mr. Vice President, that they're just stringing the U.S. along? That's the sense from lawmakers from both parties. And then on China, you come from a state that manufactures a lot of automobiles. Is it your sense that within this term that you have with the president, that China branded vehicles will be sold right here in America?
Well, I think that what the president has shown a willingness to do, unlike any president in my lifetime, is to protect the American automotive industry. We're not going to let the American automotive industry disappear. There are a lot of ways in which we've reinvested, in which we've tariffed foreign competitors to ensure that American car workers, American auto workers, and the products they develop are going to be made right here in the United States of America and also available right here in the United States of America. I think it's important for just the American people. I want to make this point. Car manufacturing is one of those skills that when it disappears, it's hard to regain. And when you've got people who can build complex machines, and our great workers in Ohio, Michigan, and elsewhere, they do a very good job, they also God forbid in times of national emergency, can be called on to manufacture other complex machinery. So it's a very...
That's exactly what I was talking about. Listen to what he's saying. This is very important. This is exactly what I was talking about. A lot of these executive orders, the restoration of American maritime dominance, the AI initiative, the AI and data center initiative that rolled back all of the federal protections for the lands, all of this is going hand in hand to what he's talking about now. This is the wartime economy. Everything that $1.5 trillion defense budget is to take America into a wartime economy. In December, 18 to 24-year-old males will automatically be registered for the draft. They've already asked Ford and General Motors to be prepared to switch their manufacturing into making parts for the wartime economy. They've told these marinas and these places making these boats and these docks and things to be ready to shift to a wartime economy. They've put out all kind of federal funds to streamline welders specifically through these programs. I'm telling you, they're looking for, I'll get into more of it later. Listen to what he's saying.
They develop are going to be made right here in the United States of America and also available right here in the United States of America. And I think it's important for just the American people. I want to make this point. Car manufacturing is one of those skills that when it disappears, it's hard to regain. And when you've got people who can build complex machines, and our great workers in Ohio, Michigan, and elsewhere, they do a very good job. They also, God forbid in times of national emergency, can be called on to manufacture other complex machinery. So it's a very, very...
Our auto companies will not die. We have to keep the manufacturing because when the time calls, we need them to be able to make other machinery. What other machinery could J.D. Vance and the fucking White House be wanting these automakers to make other than wartime weapons? All of this is in the executive orders going back to last year. This shit was written. They already had it going on. They just needed the money. And now that they got that $1.5 trillion, man, the money's there. They just needed the money.
Very important that we protect that native auto industry. The president has done more on this than anybody, but we're certainly going to keep on working at it. You asked about being strung along. Look, you never know until you know, right? What all we can do is negotiate in good faith, try to find a pathway that accomplishes the president's objectives, that accomplishes the national security interests of the American people, and gets this thing in a good place. I think somebody earlier asked this question. I am not certain, and I'm not going to be certain until we sign a deal that we have a deal, but I feel confident enough to keep on doing the work and to try to find a good deal for the American people, and that's what I'm going to do. So the guy with the real purple tie, I will give you the final question, and then I'm going to have to hit the road.
You said the auto industry is too big to fail. They'll get bailed out again. Sir Bob, I don't think anything's too big to fail anymore. I think we're there. I think we're there. I think they're going to let the fucking banks get ran. When the bank run comes, I think they're going to sit back and watch. I think they're going to watch these banks lock their fucking doors and transition us into the digital ID and into the central bank digital currencies. I don't think anything's too big to fail anymore. We just watched Spirit go down, Delta asking for money. We just fucking Biden's turn. We watched Sam Bankman-Fried collapse FTX. Like, I don't think anything's too big to fail. They said it back then. We're not bailing the banks out anymore. It's going to be bail-ins. And that's the bank. They can do that. Everything else is fucked. Fucked. The controlled demolition. This is how they usher us into the CBDC and the digital ID. Nothing's too big to fail anymore. Nothing. Other than AI. If it's not one of the big seven, these tech companies, nothing's too big to fail. They'll let all of this shit go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Yes. Sorry, this guy and then the very tall guy here. We'll give him the question. Sorry, I can't get to everybody. Marco's right. This really is chaos. This is crazy.
Yeah.
You guys got to behave yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The president's financial disclosures were released recently, and they showed a lot of stock trades in companies that he has
talked up at events, official events at the White House, on his True Social account, sometimes even putting the stock ticker symbols in his posts and encouraging people to buy their stock. Americans, according to recent polling, are increasingly describing the president as corrupt. And trading stocks...
This is a hell of a question.
Thank you, sir. Trading individual stocks is something that you said that public officials should not be able to do when you ran for Senate all those years ago.
And listen, chat, the writing's on the wall. We got a pro-crypto Fed chair in Warsh. We got the securities already being tokenized. That just happened. We got the CBDC, the writing's on the fucking wall. BlackRock, they just told BlackRock that they can't buy single-family homes anymore. You think BlackRock doesn't have another plan? Whether it's data centers, whether they have another plan. This shit's going on. And the tokenization, everything's going to be tokenized. Trust me, chat, I've been in the crypto community long enough to speak on this shit here. And when I say they're going to tokenize everything, I mean everything. Everything. Your wardrobe, your bed, your bed frame, your monitors, your computer, everything will be tokenized. Everything in your life will have a value. Everything.
And yet the president, who arguably has access to more non-public information than your average senator, is not only buying and selling individual stocks either through his trust.
Okay. What's the question?
The question is, the question, sir, is how can you and your administration argue to Americans that you're cleaning up corruption, you're preventing fraud, you're fighting the sorts of things that harm people and people's financial situations, when the president seems to be talking up stocks that he owns, selling them, and enriching himself?
Okay, so here, let me answer your question here. That
What's
was
up, Eric?
Before I answer your question, I want to just observe there are different ways to ask a question.
Hey, Chad, we got to get the likes up. We have to get the likes up, man. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Another thing too is, I read an article today where the guy was speaking about how if China only has, I believe, 150 data centers or something like that, maybe somewhere around that. China doesn't have a lot of data centers, but they have a lot of energy infrastructure, right? But they've been a surveillance state for decades. Right now, they have, I think it was something crazy, like 600,000 or more cameras that are actively reading your biometrics. They're getting face scans to a 98% accuracy. Everything's watched, everything's tracked. They're doing all of this shit off 15 data centers. So what the fuck are our data centers really for? If China can surveil every fucking body that they need to in their country, and they don't have but like 150 data centers, why the fuck do we need 4,000? We're supposed to have 4,000 within the next few years. What are they trying to do?
Okay, you could just ask a question and try to get your answer, or you could do like a speech where you say, you know, Mr. Vice President, you're a...
And then you got people like MFer Jones coming in here saying, you MFers need to get a life. You're in here with us. Obviously, you're bored, nigga. You laid down in the fucking bed scrolling on your phone watching me, nigga. You need to wash your ass before you lay down. And you talking about we need to get a life. You need to get a life. You watching me, nigga, and you interacting with my chat, nigga.
You're a terrible human being, and so is the president, and so is the entire cabinet. And then I'm like, what's your question? And then your question is, how dare you? Come on, man. Have a little bit of objectivity in the way that you ask these questions, because there were a lot of things in that speech masquerading as a question that didn't actually get asked, okay? Number one, the president doesn't sit at the Oval Office on his computer on his like Robinhood account buying and selling stocks. That's absurd. He has independent wealth advisors who manage his money. He is a wealthy person. He has had success in business. He's not making these stock trades himself. And your question imputes that. It doesn't say it exactly, but a reasonable person listening to that question would assume the president is sitting around and doing that. He's not.
Right. So they're saying that if you count up all of the trades that Trump has made over I forgot what time period, it averages out to about a trade every 9 minutes. So someone's making a trade on Trump's behalf about every 9 minutes. It doesn't surprise me though.
Second of all, you're right. I am a big fan of banning members of Congress from trading stocks. So is the President of the United States. All of us believe that nobody should be taking proprietary information gained.
Man, tell that shit to Mike Johnson. I think Mike Johnson just said some different shit. What do you mean nobody thinks? I think, didn't Mike Johnson just say, hey, if y'all don't let us trade stocks, we're going to go to the fucking private sector? Do they care about country or not? Do they care about people or not? Sounds to me like you'll sell us the fuck out. If you'll give up your job to go to the private sector, it sounds like shit. Get somebody else to do it, Mike. Think you're blowing smoke up our ass, JD. I don't think y'all care. I think we got about 500 million people in this country, or however many, 500 million, close to fucking enough, and we can get somebody else to do it. If you want to go trade stocks and you want to be in the private sector so you can do it, nobody's going to cry. I don't think anybody would give a fuck. If Mike Johnson and co. packed up their bags tonight and took that shit back to the private sector, nobody would fucking care. These people have ego problems, Chad. These people think that everything revolves around them. The world will stop. No, the fuck it wouldn't. Go work for Zuckerberg, nigga. Ask Elon if he's hiring. I don't care.
From public service and buying and selling stocks. We want to ban that process. And I think the way to lead by example is banning that process, banning that approach, and making it illegal, which is exactly what the president has proposed doing.
Good night, Stephen.
Yes.
Jordan Conrad's with Gateway Pundit. I'll try to make this short. There was, you might have seen this, there was a massive United Kingdom rally in London just last weekend. They were protesting mass illegal immigration and the replacement of British culture. What message do you think this should send to globalist European leaders and to leaders here? And also, I wanted to ask about several House members are revamping this push to pass it's called the Dignity Act, but it's really just an amnesty bill giving work visas and allowing millions of illegals to stay in the country. Is that something the White House wants to see stopped in the House?
Well, number one, I don't like giving amnesty to anybody. Number two, since you asked about Great Britain and the United Kingdom rally, one of the great ironies of this job is that for the past couple of years, you see these protests break out all over the country, and sometimes, they're fairly well attended, and sometimes they're very poorly attended. And everybody holds these signs saying "No Kings," right? And how many Democratic lawmakers have I seen holding up signs that say "No Kings"? They are very, very insistent that we not have kings.
What it do?
And then King Charles comes to the congressional chamber, and these guys break out in rapturous applause. So maybe they don't care so much about kings as they pretend that they do. Maybe they just don't like the agenda that we're implementing that's actually making...
Said no amnesty except for Chinese kids and 10,000 more South Africans. They just said Trump's gonna give refugee status to 10,000 more white South Africans. That news came out today. I mean, shit.
American workers and American families safe and prosperous again. But to answer your question about this immigration issue, look, one of the problems that we have in all of Western societies is that we have a...
Nothing against South Africans or the white South Africans, because I don't have any problem with y'all, but I'm just saying, why the fuck y'all get to come? Can't nobody else come. Everybody else is the ass cooked. Why the fuck y'all get to come? Why does the Chinese get to come? I'm just gonna be honest. See, now we picking and choosing and shit, man. I thought it was over with, man. I thought the American dream was done, finito. I thought it was safer at home.
A lot of people who have decided, Wall Street bankers, corporate lobbyists, and government officials, that what the United States and what the West need is more and more cheap labor. What we believe in this White House is what we need more and more of is high wages for American workers and investing in our own people. What you see all over the West, and it's kind of crazy, is this idea that the way to generate prosperity is to bring in millions and millions of unvetted people and drop them into your neighborhoods, and we...
Brantley, you said, do I like Trump? I don't like anybody. I don't like anybody, Brantley. I'm just going to go on and let you know that now, man. There's not one of these people that come across this screen, man, that step in front of these podiums and shit that I like. I don't like any of them. I'm just going to say it, man. I don't like them. You know, I don't wish any harm or ill will on them or nothing, but do I like them? No. Could they come to my barbecue? No. Could they come to the... No. No. Don't want to kick it with you. Don't want to skate with you or nothing.
Simply reject that idea. So to everybody in the UK who rejects that idea, I'd encourage them to just keep on going. It's okay to want to defend your culture. It's okay to want to live in a safe neighborhood. It's okay to want your job to go to yourself and your neighbors and not to a stranger who you don't even know. It is reasonable for the people in Western societies to want to control who comes into their country and who doesn't. A lot of people, frankly, a lot of people in the media have tried to persuade all of those people that it's somehow racist to want to protect your borders, even though very often the very people who are most affected by low-wage immigration are lower-income Black and Hispanic Americans right here in the United States of America, and I guarantee that's true in the UK. So,
said what it do, welcome in. Yeah, but I don't trust any of them. The reason I don't trust any of them is because time and time again we've been disappointed. We've been let down. We've been sold out. We've been bamboozled. Time and time again. Time and time again. This administration ran on the economy. Where the fuck is the economy? In the gutter. I'm just gonna be honest with you, Chad. It's over with, man. The American dream, we've been talking about this can that they've been kicking down the road for all of this time, man. I don't think they can kick it anymore. It's over with. It's over with. They have the solution, the CBDC, the digital ID, the police state. It's over with, man. It's over with.
we believe in making America great again. You can't do that unless you protect your borders.
And then, it's not like I'm the only one said. What did Putin say? Putin said it. Putin got up there and said, look, man, America's trying to wipe out its debt by bringing in cryptocurrency, the CBDC. They're trying to restructure their debt through the CBDC, man, and we shouldn't let them do it. He knows it's not a secret. It was all about when the time was coming. The time is fucking here. We got Warsh as the Fed chair now. It's over with. Ripple XRP won their lawsuit. We just had them vote to tokenize all securities. It's over with. The time is now. The time is here. It's over with.
Encourage our friends in the UK to follow the same path. Thank you all. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Oh man, this shit is crazy, Chad. That was JD Vance. We're gonna get into Trump in this damn ballroom, man. Let's see what's going on with the ballroom. He says it's supposed to be 6 stories underground with a medical facility. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It went from costing $175 million to costing $1.2 billion.
I'll show that to you in a second. The facade of the building. There will never be another building like this built, that I can tell. I built a lot of great things, but there will never be anything like this built. And what we have is the roof is dead flat with absolutely nothing but strength on it. It's very strong steel. It's drone-proof, and it's meant for our military to be able to stay on it. You get a view of Washington. Also, for the drone building capacity, some of that takes place right down here. You can see the very large piping and the other things. That it's a very complex building. It's all.
Now, I'm just going to ask the obvious question, chat. Why the fuck do they need to build drones at the White House? Drone building capacity. Why the fuck do they need to build drones in the White House? Now, is that what he said, chat? Did he say drone building? Hold on. The fuck we need to build drones at the White House, bro?
Another building like this built that I can tell. I built a lot of great things, but there will never be anything like this built. And what we have is the roof is dead flat with absolutely nothing but strength on it. It's very strong steel. It's drone proof, and it's meant for our military to be able to stay on it. You get a view of Washington. Also for the drone building capacity. Some of that takes place right down here. You can see the very large piping and the other things.
Yeah, he said drone proof, then he said drone building capacity. That's two different things. Like, what the fuck is they trying to build some drones at the White House?
Things that it's a very complex building. It's all knit together. The roof goes with the ground floor goes with the roof. The roof also goes down into the basement. Everything is connected, intertwined. Elevators, heating, air conditioning. It's one building. That's why we're trying to explain that. This is one well-knit building. One thing doesn't work without the other. Very importantly, though, in terms of the beauty, probably the closest thing to this would be the U.S. Supreme Court, the facade of the U.S. Supreme Court. So here's a couple of things you can look at. How are you? There will never be another thing like this, I don't believe, built from a court standpoint. This is all my money and donors' money. This is tax-free. So everyone's talking about they're going to give money, they're going to give money. The money they're going to give is really for the security of that and the whole White House premise. And I guess you probably need that nowadays. We've done the fencing on the outside of the White House. It's all titanium. You see the black fencing. That's been just done recently, and it was approved originally by me, and it's been completed, and it's very powerful, very powerful. A tractor, a bulldozer cannot knock it over. It goes down deep, and it's titanium, which is the strongest of all of the metals, much stronger than steel, as an example. The ballroom is all, it's going to be a tremendous thing. As an example, what happened a couple of weeks ago at the White House Correspondents' Center could not happen here. One thing that we have is we don't have people living above it. We don't want that. That's no good. They have 1,000 units above it with the elevator coming right down next to where the convention or whatever it may be is. So this is a room that's been wanted for 150 years by presidents. We have no room to have an event. The only way you can have an event is if you build a tent on the lawn, and the tent would not do the job. And by the way, if it rains here, because this is built on a wetland, the lawn is impossible.
What would be the purpose of it being a big ass data center? To be closed circuit or closed off? To be impenetrable? What's the deal with the big ass data center inside of the White House? What's the deal? What would be the purpose of that?
To deal with. The water goes over everybody's shoes. It literally goes over the shoes. So, and they've had a lot of catastrophes with it then. So we have this, and if you take a look at this section, this is the different facade. So this is a Greek. More or less, it comes out of Greece. This is the ultimate facade for Greece. This faces the Treasury building. This is a different facade, that's Rome, and that...
Listen, Trump, we don't give a fuck about Greece, we don't give a fuck about Rome, we don't give a fuck about the facade, whatever you're talking about, brother. I'm just gonna be all the way honest with you, Trump. Nobody cares.
Faces the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, etc. So you have two facades. Primarily, you have two entrances. You have here. But the primary entrance is through the White House, directly through the White House. And it's really something. I think you can see the complexity. All of these columns go directly up to the roof. And the roof is a barrier. It's a shield because it's made out of, the sidewalls are steel, impenetrable steel, and also impenetrable glass. The glass is approximately 4 inches thick. and yet it's amazing. You can see through it as though it didn't exist. It's amazing. And it can stop just about anything. Just about anything. On the other side of the glass, we have steel and concrete, so that the glass is...
Chris, shut up. You talking about he likes his projects. Yeah, that's why you playing it, because we don't care. We care about what he's saying because he's the fucking president of the United States. Don't nobody give a fuck about the building looking like Greece or the building looking like Rome, man. Listen, Rome is long gone and Greece is somewhere over there, man. Nobody give a fuck about this building aesthetics being Greece or Rome, man. We got some more pressing issues, man. You can go play Legos another time, man.
Very powerful. What's holding the glass is equally as powerful. And that's here. You can see they're just about ready to go up to the top. All of these columns, they go directly right to the roof of the building. And again, we call it a drone port. It's set up for unlimited numbers of drones. Purposely, we don't have any air conditioning equipment up there because we don't want anything coming.
You don't care if your president has a decent venue for your guests, etc. No. No. I don't give a fuck where the president meets these people. Do you want me to lie? You want me to lie? I don't think any American really gives a fuck where they have their diplomatic meetings, man. All of that shit's better than the shit we living in, man. We don't give a fuck about where they sit down and have tea and shit. No, I don't care that they have their $100,000 dinner plate table seatings. I don't give a fuck that she wants to pull out her best pearls and her high heels to go sit in the White House bar. I don't give a fuck. No, I don't care. What's wrong with you?
Coming down through the pipes, if anybody gets... Normally you'd have a lot of air conditioning equipment on the roof. We built it all inside the building, inside the case of the building, because we don't want to have anything having to do with air or air quality or any problems playing with the air. So you'll notice it's a dead flat roof with no equipment on it. All of the equipment is inside of the building, and that's for safety reasons. Normally you'd do it a lot less expensive. You'd do it a different way. So all of this was paid for by myself, and because I keep hearing like, we are making a gift of this boy. This is a gift. This is not going to be paid for by the taxpayer. We have a judge that thinks it's a terrible thing that we're making a gift. He said it's terrible that we're making a gift. It should be paid for by the taxpayer. That's one I've never heard before. I'm sure maybe...
Rob Van Dam, kiss my ass. I'm getting sick and tired of this ignorant motherfucker streaming doesn't do a lick of research. You're a catalyst in the ignorance of our people. Well, you know what I think you are, Rob? Pussy. How about that? You think I'm something and I think you're pussy. I guess we're even, Rob. Hope you sleep well tonight. Punk motherfucker.
I don't know, maybe he doesn't understand. This is a gift to the United States of America. And more than a gift, it's going to be one of the most beautiful buildings that's ever been built in the country or in Washington, D.C. So here's the other facade you see over here. And again, this is taken, these great classical buildings are taken out of different parts of the world from very glamorous times. This is Rome. They like the flat roof. Greece likes they call it the triangles. And you see...
Here we go again. Rob's another one of those, chat. No one listens to Rob, so he's mad. No, don't delete him, Jason. Why do you always do that shit, Jason, when I get to getting on people's ass, man? You let people get all of these motherfucking rocks off on me and then want to delete them. No, Jason, don't spare him. You watch out. Unhand Rob. I got Rob. Now, Rob's one of those people who no one listens to him, right? You know, he might cut on a live stream. No one gives a fuck. He might try to go live on Facebook. No one gives a fuck. He comes home from work. No one says, hey, how are you doing? How was your day? No one gives a fuck. He goes into work. No one asks him how his night was. No one gives a fuck. He goes into church, man. No one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck. That's the kind of person Rob is, man.
This is a porch that looks out over the city. Also, it's developed in such a way that we can have military there, but the entire roof is developed for military. They're very high. They're higher than just about anything else. They have a 360-degree vision of Washington, D.C. They have a massive drone capacity. Not only is it drone-proof, if a drone hits it, it bounces off. It won't have any impact. But it's also meant as a drone port, so it protects all of Washington, the roof of the building. Okay? Now, does anybody have any questions? If you want, you can take, I think you can bring your cameras up. But you might want to take a look at the complexity. These are all different rooms down here. They're building a hospital. They're building, it's a military hospital. They're building all sorts of research facilities, also meeting rooms and rooms that go hand in hand for the military using.
Now, Chris is in here trying to throw rocks too. Chris, I see you. You want some attention? We got you some, Chris. Chris says, who cares about what anyone else does? Worry about what you can do. Chris, you need to take your own advice. You worrying about what the fuck I'm doing right now. Worry about what you can do, Chris. You in my live stream right now worrying about what the fuck I'm doing and what we talking about. Then take your own advice, Chris. Shit's crazy.
The ballroom, and the ballroom is really a shield and protecting all of the things that are built here. This goes, as you see, it's already up to the ground. This goes down very deep. You get a better
What's
view
up,
right
Matthew?
over here. This is down because we've already done these floors. But these are already down 2 floors. It's down about 6 stories deep. That's big stuff. Normally, when you build a ballroom, you build it flat. You just build a ballroom. It would have been built. The complexity of this, and again, it's all knit. It's all knit together between the drone proofing, the missile proofing, we have, and the drone capacity upstairs. We can have all sorts of military up with it. I hate to use the word snipers, but we have.
And here goes Chris. It's really sad to hear you whine and complain about where's the joy of life, bro. Don't be sad, Chris. I don't need you to be sad for me, Chris. I don't know what you want from me, Chris. I don't know what you want from me, Chris. Don't be sad. Shit. What do you want, Chris? Fuck.
We have great sniper capacity. It's built for our snipers, not the enemy snipers, our snipers. And because of the height, we get a very clear view of everything all over Washington. Yeah.
The President mentioned that this is being paid for out of pocket.
Listen, I've been on your channel for a while. You never have anything good to talk about. Why the fuck are you here? You're entertained, Chris. You're entertained. I didn't listen, Chris. This is the funny part about that. You just exposed yourself. I never once invited you in this motherfucker, Chris. Chris, you know there are some people that I actually tag and say, hey, I'm going live, come through. You're never one of those, Chris. Now you're telling me that you've been here watching me for a while and I never have anything good to talk about. Why the fuck are you here, Chris? It looks like you ain't got shit to do. You don't have a motherfucking thing to do, Chris. Obviously.
But why is Congress in talks? Explain sort of the difference.
Well, they're not. Congress is approving, Congress is approving money for security. It may go, some of it may go here for additional security, I don't know. But Congress is approving money, but this building, I mean, I put up the money to build this building, along with a lot of great patriots. People have put up a lot of money to build the building, and we have a building that is going to be, I think it's going to be potentially the most beautiful building in all of Washington. And with that is great military capacity. We're building it in conjunction with the United.
That's the thing. That's the thing, man. They don't realize that this is a part of the show. Like that's a lot of people do not realize that when I stop the show and I address the haters and it's a part of the show. It's entertaining. These are the clips that get clipped when I call y'all out. Some of y'all sound dumb as hell. Worry about what you can do. Why you in here telling me what to fucking do? Hey, why don't you take your own advice, man? Shit, worry about, don't you got some dishes to wash around that motherfucker? I bet your toilet is probably a little brown and black around the back of it, but you in here worried about me. Like, this shit is part of the show, man. It's crazy, bro. They don't get it, Chad. One day they'll catch on. One day they'll catch on.
United States military and the Secret Service.
If Congress doesn't approve that money, can this project still be completed?
Well, they have a budget in Secret Service and the military to do some of the work that you see right here. So the answer is, I think they want to enhance what you see. It's very powerful. You see what's happening. It's very powerful concrete. It's 9,000-pound concrete. That, if you know anything about contract, that's very, very strong. That's very strong concrete. But they probably want to enhance the area. They're going to spend money. This is a very sacred piece of land. This is the White House.
Hey, y'all see how that joke went over a lot of that people head, man. That joke went over Chris' head. You see how I said, man, he's telling me to worry about what I can do when he's in here worrying about what the fuck I can do. Like, he needed to take his own advice. Then I said, don't you got some dishes to wash or a brown and black ass toilet to clean? You know what I'm saying? That was like, hey, you know what I mean? You go take care of your feminine duties, man. Right now, you're in my chat bitching. Nobody likes bitching and complaining around the house. Right now, you in my chat bitching. I need you to go get them dishes and that toilet before you come in here bitching.
And they want to do things, but everything that you see and the money that's being put up to build the ballroom, and again, the ballroom, it's necessary for the ballroom to be built with what you see over here. It's all knit in. The air conditioning, the heating, the drone capacity, the shield. You know, the ballroom becomes a shield for everything that you see right here. Without that, they couldn't have this. They couldn't build the lower floors. Without that shield over the top of it, it's a shield that will totally protect what's downstairs. They have a lot of things going on downstairs, and some of it you see. This goes down 6 stories. You see 3 stories because it's already been built. This will be, very shortly, this will be in the form of, the roof goes along this lines. Basically, it goes outside. You see where the
All right, Chris, man. All right, Chris, we're going to call it a truce, y'all. We're going to call it a truce, man. Chris says, I'm just trying to bring you uplifting thoughts. All right, Chris, we'll call it a truce. We'll call it a truce. Now, just leave it at a truce, Chris. Let's get back to the show. All right, we'll just leave it at a truce.
The woodens, you're going outside of that line, and then it goes straight up. And it's all protection, and everything's together. You can't build one without the other. And what we have is we have the safest building ever built, in my opinion. You can have, and you know, the other thing is, when we're right on budget, we're right on plan. The only budget change would be that we doubled the size at the request of the military. We doubled the size, but we're right on.
So he's saying at the request of the military, they doubled the size, but we know the military leadership at least has been gutted. So was it really at the request of the leadership, or was it Trump wanted to do some shit and he knew nobody was going to say a damn thing about it?
Budget, right on plan, and originally we were going to build a much smaller room, and it wouldn't have done the job. It just wouldn't have done the job. You have too many events. Like if we have President Xi coming here, we have no place to put him. We had the King and the Queen the other day, and we had 1,000 people wanted, and we ended up having 100 people sitting in a very small room. So they've been after this for a long time, but maybe more important is the safety element. This is a shield. It protects everything that's inside, everything that's on top. And, you know, obviously the White House was built in 1792. You know, it's awfully hard to do that kind of a capacity that we've done here. So this will give future presidents, but you have to understand, when this is finished, my term ends shortly after that. This is really for other presidents. This is not for me. This is my gift to the United States of America. I'm going to be able to use it very little, because when it's finished, we're talking about 6 or 7 months. But it will be used for hopefully hundreds of years for other presidents. And there will never be anything like this built again. There'll never be a room built like with the safety. As an example, if we had the White House Correspondents' Dinner here, it would have been no problem.
You said that this will be, when it opens, you'll have about 6-7 months. Have you thought, around that time, have you thought about the first event you would like
I
to
have.
host this?
I have. I better not tell you about that, Daniel. But yeah, we have. Everybody wants to be here for the first event. We're talking about heads of nation, so we have some very special places that it could happen for them. You know, we had literally, if the king and queen were, you know, we had this finished, we would have had an event that would have been 10 times the size. I mean, we literally were in a little room in the White House. Presidents, now we're not even talking about safety. Presidents have been asking for this for the Cuban Americans. They've been incredible people. Many of them have lost family members. They've been very badly hurt themselves. They've been in prison. They've come to this country and they've been very successful. The Cuban American people in Miami, I mean, they are amazing people. Most of them are in Miami, in Florida, but mostly in Miami. I'm very, very prone to helping them. I mean, they've been, I think I got 97% of that vote. I want to help them. Now, they have family members in Cuba. They've been treated very, very badly. They've been treated extremely badly, and we're going to get that solved. That's not...
This is... I'm not gonna lie, man. We gotta get the... Listen, I don't know. They gotta hire better talent, man. Miscellaneous comes in here and says, Plug knows I'm a troll, but he can't prove it. Why the fuck do I need to prove it when you just told us? Like, y'all have to hire better talent, bro. Like, I'm sick of it, bro. Every day, my trolls get weaker and weaker, bro. Weaker and weaker, bro. Like, y'all have to hire better talent, man.
It's going to be hard for us to solve.
But you can do that without changing the regime there, you believe?
Well, I don't know about changing the regime. I can do that, whether you change the regime or not. You know, it's been a rough regime. They've killed a lot of people. But it's a country that really needs help. It has nothing. They can't turn on the lights. They can't eat. We don't want to see that.
What's up, Miranda?
How much noise did the Gulf nations have if you were going to strikes before
They called me over the last 2 days to say they made a lot of progress in it, because we have them negotiating with us. And primarily Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait a little bit, and Bahrain, and some of the others. And we have them negotiating with them. We're all working together. It's like a team. And Israel, of course, and Israel's been a great partner. And so we are negotiating together. I got a call from numerous of these people. They know the people in Iran. Don't forget, when you talk about regime change, I think it's the ultimate regime change, because the first level and the second level are no longer with us. They're someplace, but they're no longer with us. So we have real regime change. But I got a call yesterday, sir, could you wait? We think we're close to a deal. And that's okay. Now, I've heard it before with these people, and they change their mind. I made deals with them, no nuclear. We immediately get the nuclear dust. And they said, you're the only one can get it, because the bombers did such an unbelievable job that the mountain literally collapsed on top of it. They said us, and they thought China would be the only two countries that could even get it. But I think it's important to get it, maybe psychologically more than anything else.
How long did they know that you were planning to attack? The Gulf nations?
They knew I was getting ready to attack. I didn't tell them. I never tell anybody when.
You're in constant contact?
I never tell anybody when, but they knew that we were very close. I would say I was an hour away from making the decision to go today. And we would probably not be talking about a beautiful ballroom today. We'd be talking about that. And no, I had made the decision. So they called up, they had heard I made the decision. They said, sir, could you give us a couple of more days? Because we think they're being reasonable.
How long are you willing to wait for Iran to come?
Well, I mean, I'm saying 2 or 3 days, maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something, maybe early next week, a limited period of time. Because we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would start with Israel. They would blow it up, and they would blow it up fast, but they'd blow it up. And I'll tell you what, they'd go after Saudi Arabia, they'd go after Kuwait.
What's up, Alpha?
After UAE, they go after Qatar, they go after, I think they go after the entire Middle East, and it would be a whole different negotiation. It would not be, it would be nuclear holocaust. And there's no question in my mind that they'd use it. There's no question. And I deal with these people. They're extremely radicalized. These are not people like what I deal with you. You're a very nice guy. These are people that are seriously radicalized. They would use it. The only question, would it be the first minute, the first hour, or the first day?
Right to pause a few times. Does there come a point soon where you're no longer
I'm not doing this politically. I'm doing, look, everyone tells me it's unpopular, but I think it's very popular.
Chat, everyone hit the like button for me, chat. Double tap that screen. We're about 13 likes away from the next like goal, man. Let's get the likes up.
When they hear that it's having to do with nuclear
Thanks, Alpha.
weapons that could take out Los Angeles, could take out major cities very quick. When they hear that, you know, when they're explaining, I'll tell you what, when we explain it to people, I don't really have enough time to explain to people. I'm too busy getting it done. When they understand, I think it's frankly very popular. But whether it's popular or not popular, I have to do it because I'm not going to let the world be blown up on my watch. It's not going to happen.
Congress Massey and your endorsed candidate.
Yeah.
Do you think your candidate can beat him? And
Well,
what are you seeing?
yeah, Thomas.
All right, chat. Do y'all think Thomas Massey can make it out of a Republican primary in 2028? Or maybe he flips Democrat. I don't know. Do y'all think Thomas Massey could make it out of a Republican primary in 2028?
Thomas Massey's a terrible congressman. He's been a terrible congressman from day one. Dealing with him is just a horrible. I don't think he's a Republican. I think he's actually a Democrat. He's not a libertarian. You know, sometimes they say he's really a Democrat. He votes against us all the time. He voted against the border wall. He voted against men playing in women's sports. He voted against transgender for everybody, the mutilization of your children. He voted against, again, open borders. We have the best border we've ever had right now. Nobody's coming in. I mean, a report just came out. In the last 11 months, literally nobody has been allowed into our country illegally. We're taking people legally. They go through a process. But nobody's come into our country. But we've taken out hundreds of thousands of people. We had 11,888 murders. Many of these murders allowed into our country from prisons. They were in prisons. Many of these people killed more than one,
All right, so I just fact-checked Trump. Trump lied. It says Thomas Massey voted in favor of measures to protect women's sports and explicitly supported legislation that prohibits men from competing against women in federally sanctioned athletic competitions. Now let's see. Hold on. Did Thomas Massey? He voted against the Take It Down Act, a bill criminalizing non-consensual sharing of energy, including deep fakes, arguing it was a slippery slope. They don't have anything about Thomas Massey and the transgender vote, but Trump for sure lied when he said Thomas Massey voted to keep men and women's sports.
50% killed more than one person. This was gross malfeasance. This was on behalf of the Biden administration. I don't know Biden because I don't think he knew he was alive. But Kamala was the border czar. She never called, not one time, she never called the Border Patrol. She never called ICE. She never called law enforcement. She never went to the border. Think of it. I used to call every single day. And that's recently. Now I call less. We have nobody coming through. We had caravans coming through with tens of thousands of people pouring into our country. We had no idea who they were. We would have been, I'll tell you what, our country would have been destroyed. If they won this election, our country would have been, we have now the hottest country anywhere in the world. If they had won the election, our country would have been destroyed. Our country was a dead country 2 years ago, and now we have really the hottest country in the world. And this is the ballroom. And
Nah, it wasn't energy. It wasn't energy, it was imagery. It was imagery. Non-consensual imagery, including deep fakes. Not energy, imagery.
It's going to be something incredible. You see the quality of it. And they go right, those columns go right into the roof. And on top of the roof, we're going to have the greatest drone empire that you've ever seen. And it's going to protect Washington. Thank you all very much. We have a little breakfast for you.
Really?
Yeah. Where is the breakfast? I'd have it. Where is it? Oh, it's right over here. We have a little bit of a... It's a great thing for our country. I mean, so many of the things that we've done, the successes that we've had have been based on Christianity and religion. So I'm very proud of that.
All right, Chad, I can't do the banging, man. No Diddy, man. That shit's kind of loud, bro. That shit's kind of loud, bro. We're gonna watch some of this Tim Dillon interviewed on Piers Morgan. We'll watch some of this. Hold on. Or do y'all want to watch that Candace episode? Y'all want to watch the Piers Morgan and Tim Dillon, or y'all want to watch the Candace episode? Y'all let me know. Which one, chat? Hit the like button, man. How I feel about the ballroom, it kind of is what it is at this point. I really don't care about whether it looks like Rome, whether it looks like Greece. I really don't care. All right. Y'all said both? Both is crazy. All right. If we hit those like goals, we'll watch both of them. As long as we hitting the like goals, we'll watch both of them. I got a little bit of my hibachi plate left, too.
I found a lot of what Israel has done over the...
Bro, he now says that MAGA is the biggest con in history. For some reason, he's not been banned from entering the United Kingdom, and he joins me now. Tim, great to meet you.
Well, thank you so much. I have not been banned, and I hope to not be banned. I enjoy it here. I like it here too much to get banned.
I mean, look, a lot of Americans, and I blame Tommy Robinson for a lot of this stuff, but a lot of Americans seem to be under a very weird view of this country right now and the capital city in particular. You've been here for a few days now. What's your view of it?
I love it here. I'm getting a little bit of a skewed point of view. I'm staying in a beautiful area, in a beautiful hotel.
Possum, see now, Possum, you over here inviting Lala to have slices of pecan pie and shit, man, and I didn't get none. Pecan, whatever, however you put that shit together. I didn't get it. I want a slice of that pie. The hell is we doing?
There are protests, which I like coming when things are...
One to the right, one to the left, yesterday.
One to the right, one to the left. It was amazing. There were dueling protests.
At the same time.
Outside of my hotel window, and I was drinking tea and watching, and that was great. I enjoyed it. I thought it was great. I like going to a place when it's chaotic. But no, there's an idea that everything is, it's a crime-ridden hellscape.
Right.
I have not found that.
No.
I have not found that.
It's bullshit.
Yeah, I think you have areas that are a problem.
Right.
We did see one guy, two young guys chasing each other. One kid was chasing another kid, and that other kid ran into a grocery store. I don't know what that was. It seemed violent, but it's whatever.
But also, I mean, no offense. I mean, look, I love America, and I love Americans, and I've lived and worked there since 20 years now. And we both have a place in LA, and we both spend a lot of time in New York. The idea that somehow London is more crime-ridden in great American cities like LA, like New York.
No, you don't have crime the way that we have crime.
Right.
I think what happens is when somebody gets a watch stolen.
Yes.
Or something happens, it's in the paper immediately. And people react to that. Obviously, it's wrong. Nobody should have their watch stolen. But, like, I think you're not dealing with the crime the way we... I mean, I've driven through your quote-unquote bad areas. Yeah. They're lovely. They're actually
They're like your good areas.
Yeah, no. It's not a problem at all. Like, people tell me to go to these areas. You go, you got to go here, you got to go there. And then you go there, you go, yeah, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Not compared to what we have.
There was some big events going on at the same time as the...
America, the trenches for real. And I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't think Pierce Morgan or Tim Dillon ever been to the real trenches. Not like that. Y'all might be like, nah, Tim Dillon's cool. Man, listen. Tim Dillon know where the fuck where it's safe at, man. Tim Dillon know where it's safe at, man. I don't think Pierce or Tim Dillon been to the real hood.
As the rallies, one of which was Eurovision. Are you aware of Eurovision?
I do. I'm
do you
very
watch
aware of it. I'll watch clips of it. As an American, we're not in it. Are we in it?
No, you're not. It's the European countries
We're not
only.
in it. I will tell you that I found a lot of what Israel has done over the last few years questionable, but now that they have come in second, I'm swayed. Personally,
What do you think about the whole debate about, people get very exercised about whether you should ban Israel from a singing competition like Eurovision, or ban them from competing, like Iran might be banned from the Soccer World Cup, and so on. What do you feel about punishing countries who may be engaged in military conflicts? People would argue back, well, hang on, America's engaged in an action in Iran, which many people view as illegal, for example. Should they be banned from hosting a World Cup?
To me, it's all about money. And if people are really, upset about something going on, you have to cut off funding. So I think at this point, until we can rein Israel in, we can't fund them anymore militarily. I think that's becoming a mainstream view in my country. I don't think we care about a song contest. I think people have to stop with the song and dance contest and banning people from the pie eating contest. Who really cares? It's about the money and it's about the funding. So to me, it's like it feels good to say, well, they can't compete in Eurovision. To me, it's a completely pointless exercise.
Why is it that Israel is becoming increasingly unpopular as a country in the United States, to the extent that 60% of Americans now have a negative view of Israel? That would have been unthinkable 20 years ago.
I think people feel very uncomfortable about the nature of the relationship.
Correct. And American nationalism is on the fucking rise. I mean, it's that simple. Nationalism is on the rise. Once nationalism is on the rise, people start taking inventory. And a lot of times when we take inventory about insert country, the math just isn't fucking mathing. That's why. The rise in nationalism. Trump did it. America first. Make America great again. America this, America that. Trump was supposed to come through and get the deep state out of here, get all the globalists out of here, right? Just gonna be honest. Shit, rise in nationalism. The math wasn't mathing.
I think Netanyahu clearly has a political agenda that we don't feel benefits America. He's constantly in the White House convincing Trump that that agenda is part of whatever movement Trump has created, this populist movement. Nobody agrees with that. That there's a very small group of people. And one of Trump's best ideas, because I grew up during the Iraq War and Afghanistan, was that we should stay out of unwinnable foreign conflicts and focus on the economic well-being of the American people. And that's been completely...
Oh shit, H Buster, you can't be saying no shit like that, man. Damn, H Buster, come on now. They gonna make me strip you of your mod wrench, H Buster. Damn, you can't say no wild shit like that. You got a mod wrench, H Buster. You gotta have some damn decorum in this motherfucker.
Thrown out the window.
Which is why I don't understand this whole Iran thing from a political, never mind anything else, from the political economic aspect of this decision by Trump. And I said it from day one. There seemed to be no clear end game here. Was it regime change? Was it preventing nuclear weapon? Was it this other? But here we are, several months into this thing now. No sign of it ending, no sign of any regime change, no sign of the people rising up. Iran suddenly discovering if they can just control the Strait of Hormuz, they can hold everyone to economic ransom. And if they pop a few rockets up at their neighbors, they can damage their business models potentially for a very long time. And here's Trump, never more unpopular in the polls personally. The economy is really struggling from this. Cost of living is going up again when it was coming down the right way. And he's got midterms in November. And you think, none of this makes sense to me.
None of it makes sense. I feel as if he thought he had to do it. And for whatever reason, people can make up their own mind.
Do you think that was pressure from Netanyahu?
I think it was pressure from Netanyahu.
Yeah, I do.
I think I would say that that's a pretty rational way to think about it. I don't believe that Trump thought this was in America's best interest. I think he was kind of convinced one way or another to enter the war without a plan. I mean, you know, the article in the New York Times with Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman, they're great reporters.
Good night,
you
paper.
have, you know, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. You have CIA. You have people going, this is not going to be easy. And we probably cannot affect regime change. But you have, and basically saying the Israelis oversell Mr. President. That's what they're doing. And they're talking to Trump like a real estate developer from New York. They're saying to him, they're overselling. They're using us. All of the words that should have popped in his mind and went, right, we are being, you know, dragged into this. But he still went ahead and did it. So I don't know.
I think he regrets it now.
I think he regrets it now. And I think he thought it was going to be like Venezuela or like killing Soleimani or any of these things.
And also, when you get into Tim, you know, yesterday he made another post where he's talking again about annihilating everyone in Iran.
Yeah, it's too much.
It's like, that's number 6 times.
Too much.
It's the boy that cried wolf. It's the emperor with no clothes. If you're not careful, for the President of the United States to keep threatening Armageddon and then nothing happens.
And then we don't want to put him in the box where he actually does something insane.
Right.
So by saying this, and we go, well, you're crying wolf, we don't want to press him.
No, I agree.
We don't want to do that.
I'm looking at him, and
I agree with you.
I've known him a long time, and I'm looking at him thinking he now knows he's got to get out of this. But extricating the United States out of this is not easy.
No, I think he just should threaten them for the next 3 years. Threaten every couple of months.
Yeah.
Just keep pushing it, keep kicking it down. Keep
you know what? It's actually not a bad strategy.
It's a great strategy.
Yeah.
Annihilation's coming. Yeah. It's all over soon. You won't have air to breathe. Whatever he's going to do, keep truth socialing it. Keep saying it. Don't do it. But I think that's the strategy now.
What's been your Trump journey arc from when he was, you know, doing The Apprentice? I was on it, won it with him, to then becoming a politician, then winning that 2016 election, then
I think
coming out and then winning again.
I think there's the mass migration of people from one place to another is the biggest issue of our time. Whether people want to admit it or not, not everybody talks about it in an eloquent way, but it is the biggest issue of our time. How to assimilate people into an existing economic, political, cultural sphere is very difficult. Trump came out and talked about that issue, and again, in a way that offended a lot of people and drove a lot of people crazy. It's a big issue in the UK. Farage is about to potentially win with this issue, right? So he came out, and to me it was very interesting because the working class in the United States, and I think the working class here, feels like they've fallen behind tremendously.
Yeah.
And if you look at cities like London and New York, a lot of people are buying property that don't even live there. It's a boon for luxury real estate. It's a boon for finance. But really, people that, you know, are, you know, British born, of all races, of all religions, but have called this country home forever, feel like they're losing ground. That was happening in the United States. Trump gave a voice to that, which no one else had. He also gave a voice to this idea that going around the world and wasting money on pointless, unwinnable, largely Middle Eastern wars was bankrupting America, saddling our children with debt. These were his 2 main salient points.
Have you voted for him at all?
I didn't vote in the last. No, I didn't vote.
You didn't first time
I was in Texas doing a podcast with Joe Rogan, and I'm registered in New York, so I was there election day. In New York, your vote doesn't really matter.
All right, Chad, I had to get the snacks and shit together. This is what we got right here tonight, man. Well, this is what we got right here tonight, man. Hold on. The Caramel Delight joint, bro. The Caramel Delight joint, bro. And then we got some fake Oreos, man. We got the store brand Oreos.
Would you have voted for him?
Probably, yeah. I think certainly the last time, I think Kamala Harris and Biden were a disaster. I believe that. But again, this turn to Iran, to interventionism, to me feels like the biggest betrayal of a political movement I've ever seen in my life.
And it's really interesting to me how it's split the conservative right pretty well down the middle.
Yeah.
Where you now have people lining up, whacking each other, in a way that, again, would have seemed unthinkable a few years ago. What do you think is going on there? Is it the Israel issue?
Well, that's
pulling
a
them
big
apart?
part of it, but I also think it's preparation for the inevitability of what comes next.
Of life after Trump.
Life after Trump. And a lot of people feel Vance is not a viable candidate and he won't win. So obviously you look at a guy like Joe Kent who resigned, he clearly has political aspirations. Maybe Tucker does, I don't know. But there's a lot of talk about that. There's the preparation for what comes next.
Polymarket has J.D. Vance at 36% now, Marco Rubio 25%, Tucker Carlson at 7%.
Yeah.
We've had the host of The Apprentice serve 2 terms as American president. Tucker Carlson, whether people love him or hate him or don't even care about him, he's incredibly televisual. He's incredibly eloquent, fast-talking, inspirational to many people.
Yeah.
Is it unthinkable that someone like him could become the new face of the Republican Party?
Certainly not. I don't think it's unthinkable. I think it would really depend on if the country was going to give any Republican a shot after this. I think Trump's damaged the Republican brand in the near future for years to come. If the Democrats don't screw it up, which they can.
It's always in their locker.
It's always they can always screw it up.
And I don't see the thing is, I keep saying to people, I don't see who the new Clinton, Obama, that kind of left of center, but appealing, charismatic, smart, politically savvy person
exists,
where is that person on the Democrat
They need to
side?
not pop their head up, because if they pop their head up right now, they're going to get attacked. For whatever reason for the next 2 years. They need to stay wisely quiet up until the moment when they have to announce.
Because the thing
there's a few of those people. There's guys like Andy Beshear, who's the governor of Kentucky, which is kind of a red state. He's a Democratic guy. There are a few people like that.
I think strategically they're probably keeping their heads down.
All right, chat. We're gonna end that poll. I'm gonna put a new poll up. AR Stoner got the conditional mod wrench, man. AR Stoner, welcome to the mod squad. You are now part of the best mods on YouTube. Sir Bob, man. Sir Bob, we got you next week. Remind me next week, Sir Bob, and we'll start your conditional mod squad, because you've been going hard a little bit, but AR Stoner has put in a little more work than you, because he's been here a little longer, but you have been going hard.
I don't see why they'd pop their head up right now.
I agree.
I mean, right now, just let the Republicans do what they're doing, because it is kind of a dismantling of a coalition in real time.
Well, I honestly think if the Strait of Hormuz continues to be shut for another, say, 2-3 months.
Grapeseed been here a long time, too. So, Grapeseed, let me know, too. Grapeseed, remind me next week, Grapeseed.
The knock-on effect on not just the U.S. cost of living, but particularly things like food prices because of a lack of fertilizer coming through. That's all backed up, and they haven't really factored that in, but it's going to have a huge impact.
You said put me as a mod, I won't let you down. Bro, your name is Miscellaneous Goon and all caps. I don't think I can trust you as a mod, man. I'm just going to be all the way honest with you, man. Your name is all caps Miscellaneous Goon, man. You might be trying to do all kind of miscellaneous goon and shit in here.
The economic impact from people that I talk to who are much smarter than me, no one is prepared for, and it will be global in nature, and it will be catastrophic. So I don't think Americans are prepared for that.
No, I agree.
We talked about that this week.
Could you imagine voting Democrat if the right candidate came out?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely.
Have you done before?
Yeah, I voted for Bush once and Obama once.
Right. I've been similar in this country.
It seems to be, with Trump going into Iran, no matter who you vote for, you do seem to get a lot of the same foreign and economic policy in my country. You do seem to get military intervention abroad, and then kind of.
No, I didn't say if you a member you can't be a mod. It's just it's Lori and Karen, because I like Lori and Karen's names being in the green. You can be a mod if you're a member, but I already told Lori and Karen months ago that they're honorary mods. Like, I don't think that they want to ban or block people anyway. So they already have the green one, you know.
The tech and the financial sector dominating the domestic political agenda, no matter who's in there. And that's why.
Thank you, Me Too. I didn't see the gift. Thank you, Me Too, for the gift. Thank you, Me Too. Let me see.
All these tech CEOs are clustered around him in China. These are the same people that were with Biden and Harris.
Course.
and censoring their websites to limit conservative speech when they were in. So they obviously view themselves as the actual government, and whoever the president is like.
Chat, do y'all think Tucker has a chance? Do y'all think Tucker will join an open primary? Do y'all think Tucker Carlson will join in an open primary?
Like a guy giving them a tour.
They might be half right.
I think they're more than half right.
You said a great line. You said the Democrats will win the midterms if they stop being insufferable CUNTs.
Yes, they just have to. It's in their nature. It's very hard for them, and I understand that. It's difficult. You know, I liken it to a fight with your parents. You know, my parents are divorced, but they would fight. And I don't want to make it a gender thing, but the fight would over, and then my mother would come in and go, and your family's a bunch of drunks. That's what they do. They come in after they've won, and they somehow wrestle defeat from the drunk.
But also, I think they've got to somehow completely unattach themselves to the woke ideology.
100%.
Because there are so many people like me, but I'm thinking about Bill Maher and Joe Rogan. I think
I don't think Tucker will run unless it is for president, because Tucker's clocking money. Like everybody's looking at what happened to Dan Bongino. Bongino left with the #1 podcast in the world. Well, I mean, of course, not Joe Rogan big, but Bongino had the #1 podcast. He left, done a year at the FBI, and it's never going to be the same. His podcast is breathing, it's gasping for air right now. It has a faint heartbeat. It's almost over. I don't think Tucker's willing to take that risk unless it is for president.
You and many, many others who, you know, could easily be persuaded to, you know, some are Democrats, but some could be, I can sit on the fence either way. I've voted for both sides. But I could never vote for any party that signed up, for example, to the farce of trans athletes in women's sport.
Totally.
Simple things where you're just denying basic science or biology.
When you tribalize a society to the point where it's the opposite of civilization.
Right.
Civilization is a process by which people build coalitions based on shared values. The opposite of that is retreating into tribes and then eventually killing each other.
Yes.
So we're kind of regressing in that.
We're going back to, I read a book about it, so we're going back 2,000 years. To when actual tribes would venture out, see people who looked or sounded different to them, and thought the only way to deal with it was to kill them.
That's right.
I mean, that's tribalism.
So I think if the Democrats came out and said, listen, we are not concerned with your race, your religion, your gender, your sex.
Massey Tucker would be, I don't know. I don't know if they'll get the money. I don't know if Massey and Tucker get enough money.
Sexuality, we're concerned with whether you have health care, whether you can send your kids to college, whether you can...
Because Massey and Tucker will both turn down the AIPAC money, and the Democratic candidate is going to take it, bro. Unless it's like AOC. Newsom's going to take that money. If it's Newsom, he's going to take the money.
Retire, they win.
Funny
Very
enough,
simple.
if somebody came through with a genuine agenda that Trump was promoting as a candidate in 2024...
Totally.
But actually delivered on.
Actually delivered on it.
Because that's what I find inexplicable about the way he suddenly pivoted with this whole Iran thing. Because in one fell swoop, you know, because he got off to a cracking start, shutting the border down pretty well completely to illegal immigrants coming in was a masterstroke, which should have been done years before by Biden, but never was. You can take the wins and build off that, and slowly
100%.
You're becoming more and more popular. But he's got people around him, I think, who've sucked him into this.
Well, there's the...
That's what I'm saying. Even if Tucker does get money from Qatar, they're going to put him under investigation. They're going to see, that's the difference. AIPAC doesn't have to register as a foreign lobby. See, that's the difference. When the AIPAC money comes, they're going to look at it. Once Tucker starts getting all that Qatar money, they finna lock his ass up. You think they finna let, maybe to a certain extent, man, they going to lock his ass up, man.
Donor class. So the Democrats have a donor class, just like the Republicans do, and their donors are, you know, on the trans issue, they're incredibly extreme. For example, you're getting a lot of people who are not in the mainstream of American thought on that issue. So they are being pushed to the left on that issue in a very unhelpful way. You also have like a lot of the Republican donor class, people like Miriam Adelson, that have given Trump a lot of money, who are very firm.
How do they do those videos, chat? They put the damn. Hold on, where's the camera? I gotta turn over this way. Like this.
Fervently pro-Iran war and believe that regime needs to be taken out. And they started lobbying for that, I think, many years before it happened. So I think it was kind of understood that if we give you this money and you win again, we're whacking Iran. That's.
I mean, now he's in a position where he goes to China, and no one's quite sure what's come out of that, other than he was effusive in his praise constantly for President Xi, a man that, he was campaigning on, I'm going to rattle China, I'm going to do this, hit him with my tariffs. And again, I'm looking at that going, well, which one is it?
Well, we couldn't rattle Iran. So here's the real question. I mean, this does show the limits of America.
Can the U.S. still rattle countries with pure military might?
I don't know.
I'm not sure they can.
I
think the economic war.
I think the economic war makes. I think we rather.
As Iran has kind of proven with this Strait of Hormuz issue, if you can just control a small strait of water, you can have more power economically than perhaps you. And
people are not built for war the way they were.
Yeah.
Social media has made the horrors of war a lot more accessible to people.
Yeah.
I think one of the reasons that Israel has become so unpopular is because younger people are growing up.
Yeah, I think Bulletproof and everyone around him, including his family members, just got immunity from the IRS. I did see that, OG Yosemite. I haven't done my research, but I did see that.
Seeing the realities of what's going on in Gaza on their phone every day.
Yes, I agree.
And I think that, when you look at the limits of hard power in this century, the Iran war might be the tipping point where you see this is the beginning of the end of America's ability to enforce a global order militarily.
Yeah. I think that's extremely likely.
And I think the next shoe to fall is our ability to do it economically.
Right.
And that's the real problem.
I mean, it's interesting because the US economy is still in incredibly strong shape comparative to most other countries.
Yeah.
The US dollar is still a very, very powerful currency, but everything feels a little bit fragile. But it wouldn't take a lot.
It wouldn't take a lot. There's a lot of anxiety with AI. It's a huge bubble, and people are speculating that number one, it's either overblown, and a large share of our GDP is based on this very overhyped technology that's not coming to fruition. And then maybe even worse is the idea that it's not overblown.
I think if anything,
and then it's going to take everyone's job.
Right. So I saw a video the other day of one of the robots, and it was just packaging stuff, right? Coming through a sort of conveyor belt and just choosing things and putting them in packages. It does it.
Jason, don't worry about what kind of utensil I'm using to eat my ice cream.
18 hours a day. It never needs a tea break.
Right.
Never needs a lunch break.
That's right.
It is far more economic than having a human being do it. Totally. It's never going to have a sick day, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I watched this video sort of hypnotically for a couple of minutes thinking, well, that is the future, isn't it? I mean, you're not, the idea that in 20 years' time, AI won't be basically doing the vast majority of manufacturing.
Yeah.
I think it's for the birds. And so if it is, what then happens to all the people who are currently engaged in manufacturing?
Ken Griffin just came out and said, AI, I'm watching Claude, AI model, do the work of PhDs I hired to analyze financial reports.
Yes.
So Ken Griffin, I believe, runs Citadel. He's a multi-billion-dollar we used to call the masters of the universe, right? He's saying, I'm hiring people at 7-figure salaries who graduated Princeton and Harvard, and I'm watching this AI model do their work. So yes, obviously, it's going to disrupt manufacturing. Globalization has disrupted manufacturing. This will finish it off. But it's also going to come for white-collar work. And I think Tucker has made this point. That's when you're going to get a real revolution.
If you're a legal clerk, for example, and your job is just, I'm just picking them at random, but if your job is to research, form case studies for a particular case and so on, why do you need a human being to do that? There'll be AI can do it in 10 seconds.
100%. But it'll never do what we're doing.
What are we doing?
We're doing the most important thing ever. We're sitting in London, we're talking.
You know what we're doing? We're actually...
Pierce, it won't do what we're doing. I won't let it. You can't let it.
Well, this is
Those
the point.
two guys who just came in and screamed.
I've used this example ad nauseum to the extent that I read the comments every time I say it. People are like, Piers, there are 3 things you've got to stop talking about. One, your brother was in the military. We know. You've known Donald Trump for 20 years. And you had the last conversation with Stephen Hawking about the future of mankind. Well, I'm sorry to my fans, but you're going to get the 3rd one again. Stephen Hawking, in literally one of his last ever interviews before he died, said to me the biggest threat to mankind was when AI learns to self-design. Now, actually, what we are doing at the moment is self-designing. We're thinking on our feet. We're being creatively minded. We're reacting to each other and so on. But I feel, and I might be wrong to feel
And
this,
that's what matters.
Yes, but I feel that AI is increasingly... There was such a disturbing thing recently that they asked 6 AI chat, robotic machines. They said to them, right, we're going to replace you with another AI. Have you heard about this? We're going to replace you with another AI.
And they were upset.
No, not just upset. 5 of the 6 trawled company emails to find stuff they could blackmail the executives with to stop them being replaced. Now, that's a human...
But don't you think the AI will enjoy us?
Possibly.
They're going to enjoy it.
What if they don't?
AI wants to hear people scream and yell about Gaza. Don't you think the AI at the end of the day is going to kick back and watch this show?
See, someone offered me the other day a chance to have an AI twin. It would be another Piers. And it would be, for all intents and purposes, me at this desk. And it would go... What they wanted was access to everything I've written and said, right, publicly. And then you could basically pay money to have an argument with me, a heated debate about anything, right? And I thought, well, great, but what if...
And is this going to be you would take it around to, like, festivals? Like different affairs?
I wouldn't have to be there.
Yeah, you could argue with Piers Morgan.
Yes.
It's totally.
It's a great idea.
It's a phenomenal idea.
Right, have a tear-up with Piers.
Yeah, and we just put, like, a bust of you.
Right, but it's not me.
Well, of course not.
So then what happens to me?
Well, that's
But the robot
that's
becomes,
anyone's guess.
When my twin becomes ever more powerful, successful, and rich and famous, what happens to little old human me who gets a bad cold every now and again, or breaks a hip like I did recently and needs to be, off work for a week?
Someone's going to say, "I know the real Piers Morgan," and you're going to be like a novelty that gypsies will bring around the country. They'll bring you to carnivals and fairs, and then open a tent, and you'll be sitting there, and they'll go, "Is that the real one?"
Let's turn to comedy.
Yes.
Because you're being very funny. The roast of Kevin Hart has been extremely controversial.
It so surprises me that that's the case.
Exactly.
I don't even understand anymore what is going on because it's a roast and the jokes are roast jokes.
Are there any limits to a roast joke?
I don't know. I mean, not everyone has to think everything's funny, obviously.
I mean, let's play the really contentious one, which is Pete Davidson about Charlie Kirk. Take a look.
Tony reminds me of Charlie Kirk, in that he's definitely been on camera letting a guy unload in his throat.
No. When you heard that joke, what is your reaction as a funny guy yourself?
I thought it was funny. I thought, obviously, it's a joke that people are not going to be thrilled about, but it's a funny joke. You know...
Should there be any limits with humour?
It's up to the comedian.
I mean, the whole woke left tried to basically cancel comedians.
And the audience, right? So the audience tells you what the limit is. And some jokes...
The audience were pretty muted about that.
Yeah.
As if they kind of didn't want to be seen laughing.
Right. So that tells you that that joke was, it's a joke that will upset some people. That doesn't mean you don't tell it because you don't know what the reaction's going to be until you do it. That's the thing about comedy. You don't know what the reaction of that joke's going to be. That joke might have been great. It was a little muted. People were... So that's the thing about comedy. Once you've done it, then you get the response. And then maybe you go, oh, that one was a little far. But the idea that people are very angry about this seems confusing to me. I'm confused by it.
Well, I think
I am most things.
Well, I found there was also a double standard in that Tony Hinchcliffe, who did this wild, 7-minute routine, but he told a George Floyd joke. So the black community's so proud of you, Kevin. Right now, George Floyd is looking up at us all, laughing so hard he can't breathe. And George Floyd's family came out and were very angry about it and upset about it. But it seemed to me that all the people that were criticising that joke were much more relaxed about the Charlie Kirk joke, in the same way that when Charlie Kirk was murdered, a lot of people on the woke left celebrated his...
Najee comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat plug. I'm loving the show as usual. I hope you're doing great. I hope you're doing good as well, Najee. Thank you for supporting the channel and always showing up for me, Najee.
his
We're living in
assassination.
two different realities.
So the political dimension of this comes into play, and the double standard of that. I mean, I always think, as long as you're intellectually honest, I can deal with you. In other words, if your position about both of those jokes is, I think they're unacceptable and cross the line, fine. But if you think one is and the other one isn't because of your political bias, you lose me.
I long for the 90s because, to me, I didn't grow up in a time, or even the early 2000s, even the mid 2000s, I didn't grow up in a time where every single thing went through a political lens. I really,
Because, the late night guys, right? So the other day I saw the 5 late night guys, and I made a joke on X, which blew up a bit, which was, great to see them all doing their bit for the DEI they promote. And it was 5 middle-aged white guys, right?
Of course, yeah.
But they all basically, I mean, I exclude Jimmy Fallon, who I think is a sort of warmer, more old-fashioned in the type of Johnny Carson kind of role. But if you look at the others, they're all basically, they're all in on Trump bashing. They never have conservative right-wing guests if they can possibly avoid it. Jimmy Kimmel had, I think, 1 or 2 in 5 years, right? So they're very transparently political. But if you go back in time in American late night, it never used to be the case. They wouldn't be so transparently political or take a side.
Yes.
I spoke to Jay Leno about it. He said, why would you alienate half your audience? And now they preach just to one half of America. I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah, I think it's part of the problem that we have split into 2 dueling realities. Because the right wing has an ecosystem of entertainers and media figures, and the left wing has an ecosystem. We don't have a monoculture. We don't have I used to watch SNL, and it skewered both sides. It was very funny, and I grew up with watching Letterman and guys like that. And I do think that culture, the erosion of that culture, has sprung up into this kind of like world in which people are kind of, processing everything. And politics is not the most interesting thing about life. There's so many deeper human truths that are not political.
Yes.
And I think that we're getting so far away from that, so far away from nature, and we're really just superimposing this political architecture on everything. And I think it's bad for everything.
Are you a religious man?
I was born Catholic. I try to be.
I'm the same.
I think I'm
not the most committed, practicing.
No, I'm not the leader.
Not the Pope.
I'm not the Pope. I'm not the leader.
They're now accepting Americans
I
as
pray.
Pope.
I go to church occasionally. I pray. I do try.
I'm only
I think
asking,
that's the thing.
Well, I'm asking for a reason, which I don't know if you saw this.
Yeah.
But I interviewed Russell Brand recently.
Yes.
And a certain clip went viral because he did this. Let's take a look.
It was this from Isaiah. And you're right, Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man. It's pretty... It's this. They don't like that, do they, in the old gallery? But remember, you just said it's a hired spot. This is from Isaiah. Excuse me.
But that went on for 2 very painful minutes and went viral and created more memes than I've ever had probably for any interview ever. And it came because he's promoting a book called 7 Days to Be a Christian. I'm not sure he's given it the full 7 days.
Well, everyone has a personal relationship with God and faith, and it's hard to know what's going on in anyone's head, but just have the quote ready. That's what I would do. I would just mark where the quote is.
Oh, have it in your head.
Just have it in your head.
If it's that meaningful.
But AI is going to help with that.
Yes.
I mean, at least AI is going to come in there and help us.
Well, AI might be part of our brains.
Yeah.
It could literally be like a little director.
Well, Joe
in your head.
Rogan's a good friend of mine. He's very excited about AI. He thinks quantum computing and AI is going to be God. And then Jesus will come out of a computer because a computer's a virgin. And it sounds great. I mean, this is, and we hope it works out.
Joe's a fascinating guy, isn't he? His rising sort of stardom and appeal in a world of hyper-partisan stuff, I find really refreshing. And I love the fact that I can never quite be sure which way he'll come down on things. He's not afraid to change his mind, and he'll have really interesting conversations with people. I mean, to me, he's a force for good in a world of a lot of tribal, partisan bullshit.
I think he started by talking about things he was interested in, which is a very rare way to start a very successful media operation. He started talking to people he found interesting, and then that became very successful. And, you know, now it's so big and so huge that, like, every single thing he says is news.
Well, he said yesterday that I've mastered the art of the Jerry Springerization of political debate by getting people on the shadow at each other. And he said, but he personally prefers the one-on-one. So I just hope he looks at this interview and realizes it's all, you know, I cater to all types. I have a one-on-one here with your mate.
No, first of all, I think you need people in a room screaming at each other.
Yeah.
I do.
I do too.
Because that's what happens in life.
Yes.
And I think that AI will never replace that. I think you are safe. I think I am safe. Do I think we'll have to build big houses with walls to keep out the hordes? Yes. Yes. We're going to have some security because it's going to get bad for a lot of people out there, but not us.
Yeah.
Not us. Not us. No, we're going to be okay. The podcasters, the media people, we're okay, but we're going to have to live in a place where we can kind of protect ourselves from the others, the lawyers and.
All right. I see y'all debating about how I ate the ice cream. Listen, I ate the ice cream with what I had available. I didn't have time to go rummaging for my plastic spoons and shit. I just picked what I had on hand. Now, when it comes to me, I'm a little country. I will eat a steak with shit. If I don't have any utensils, I will eat the steak with the utensils that God gave me. My 5 fingers. Straight up. I have no shame in my game. I'm very humble when it comes to that shit. Before I starve, I will eat that steak with the utensils God gave me.
And the doctors, because they're done.
It's interesting when I went into this full time on YouTube because my kids are 32 down to 14 and none of them watch television. So I was watching the revolution happen with my own eyes with my own kids. I was like, well, they don't watch television. Obviously, they don't listen to vinyl records. They don't read print newspapers. So it's not difficult to see the digital revolution and where it goes. But also, I felt like they didn't understand things like having structured shows on a certain time at night that you had to watch at 8 p.m. that would have advertising breaks and all these kind of things. These are alien concepts to the youth. And that's why they gravitate to a more free-rolling kind of environment.
I think there's good in that, there's bad in that. I do think these tech algorithms have ratcheted up division because it makes a lot of money, so they do radicalize people, they make people very angry. I know a lot of people who've like blocked their own mother on social media.
It's ridiculous.
I know a lot of people, their own mother, they go,
Now you talking about you eat fish and chips with a knife. Like, why are you using utensils to eat fish and chips? Like, I'm from the South. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what kind of fish? Fried fish? I'm gonna eat that catfish with my hand, baby. Filleted, nuggets, a po' boy. I'm gonna eat that bad boy with mine. Now you talking about fish and chips. Fries? You eat fries with the utensil? Like, H-Buster, that's mighty sassy of you to eat your fries and catfish with the utensil. I'm just gonna say, that's mighty sassy of you, H-Buster.
I blocked her? I go, you blocked your mother? So I don't think it's having always a great effect, but I think that we've done very well with it, and that's kind of what's important.
I totally agree with you. We've got a couple of minutes left. I want to just fire off some names to you and stories and see what your gut reaction. The Michael Jackson biopic is heading towards $1 billion globally. What does that tell us about society?
That people want that type of cultural monolith. People long for something that someone that everyone knows and music everyone's heard. I think in such a balkanized, splintered world, having remembering that there were.
See, H-Buster, I'm from the South for real. I don't want any cod. Just gonna be honest with you, Chad. Cause some restaurants, they try to pass cod off as catfish. I know the fucking difference. I don't want that cod. I don't want it. I just don't. When I come through that bad boy and I see it say fish, I know that that's cod. I know that's not catfish. Because people take pride in the South. People take pride in that catfish shit. They gonna let you know, hey, it's some catfish. This is not that. I don't want any cod, man. Keep that cod shit over there, man.
Where figures like that, I think, is very comforting.
Meghan Markle.
Yes, my favorite.
A force for good or
Well, I think a force for a perpetual embarrassment. Perpetual.
Are you happy to have her back in the United States?
We are not. We'd love to do a trade.
Well, the trouble is we don't want to get Harry back.
No, yeah, to me, what was very interesting about her was it seemed from the jump to me very transparent. That this is a woman who didn't want to fit into this family structure. She wanted to be a massive star, and I think.
What do you mean salt and pepper? If that's all you putting on your fish, I don't want none of it, Mike. See, Mike, I'm not gonna lie, Mike. You're not gonna beat the jokes with that one. You said salt and pepper. Salt and pepper on what? If that's all you season your fish, I don't want any parts of that shit, man. I know that shit's gonna taste just like the lake, bro. I don't want any parts of it.
She went about it all the wrong ways.
And the irony is that the royal family are, by definition, huge global stars.
That's right.
So you don't need to try that hard. You just have to do the basics.
That was her problem.
Yeah. Blake Lively. Have you ever seen anyone kill their brand quite that quickly?
I mean, I know so little about that, but I know that she really shot herself in the foot. Yeah. And I think people can do that.
Both feet.
Both feet.
But it's a kind of mixture of narcissism, hubris, and sort of a weird stubborn.
You said you was raised on bass, man. I just seen somebody in Arkansas, not that far from me, bro. When I tell you this dude caught the biggest bass I've seen, bro. Like, I don't know, Chad. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a bass like that not caught locally, man. Like, this shit would have won every tournament that you can think of, bro. They were doing some kind of research. They were looking for something by the dam, and they ended up catching a fucking bass. And when I tell you that bass was so big, bro, like, it would have won all the tournaments. All of them.
Stubbornness that comes from
I
being a
think
big
for
star.
years she existed in the very old school world of Hollywood, which where lawyers and publicists and managers and agents were able to create a reality and sell it to people. That world is over, and I think she's finding that out now.
I also think people, they can smell a fake. They can smell inauthenticity.
Yes.
Again, coming back to why you're very popular, why this show I think does well, why Joe Rogan, people think we're authentic. You know, I get people saying, I may not always agree with you or even like you. It doesn't matter.
Right.
They don't care. They just think I'm true to myself.
Yeah.
I say what I think.
Right.
That's a powerful thing in a world where many people are quite afraid to say what they think.
Well, there's a penalty in certain cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you feel you're restricted with your free speech when you're over here? Many Americans, fueled again by this weird sense that we've been run over, think that you can't say anything.
I'm concerned about, I don't feel personally restricted at all. I'm concerned about speech in general. And it's
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If you don't got any fish fries, some cornmeal, I mean some Lowry's, like damn, garlic, paprika, lemon pepper. Hey man, if you're not seasoning that fish, I don't want no part of it, man. If you putting salt and pepper on your fish, thanks but no thanks. I'm cool on it, man. I'm all right.
especially speech online. I think that people should be able to be, free to say things. Obviously, you can't threaten people. You can't dox people. There's rules that are laws that exist outside of.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Amber. Like, I'm from the country for real. All of that grilled fish and shit, that's when you trying to be cute. We put that shit in grease. Man, if you not putting that fish in grease, you ain't talking about a motherfucking thing. Man, I'm talking about chat. Man, listen, if you not if you ain't got that fish in some grease, you not talking about a motherfucking thing. That deep fried, the fish fried, I'm talking about got everybody around just like a damn barbecue, man. Listen, if you ain't putting that shit in grease, you ain't talking about a motherfucking thing.
The internet that would apply to the internet? I don't know. The answer is I don't really know how draconian these speech laws are. I've heard that they are. And I've also heard from people that live here that they're not, that you really have to, it has to be a call to action.
I mean, I complain to X of it, which I don't do very often because I don't really care. I've got nearly 9 million followers. You're going to get a lot of abuse. But it was an interesting, what is a test?
You said, what am I seasoning my fish with? Whatever the fuck I got. I just told you I'm country. I just told you I'm country. We don't got no recipes for this shit. Man, whatever the fuck I pull out the cabinet, man. Lowry's, Old Bay, adobo, lemon pepper. Shit. I just told cornmeal, fish fry. Whatever the fuck I got, salt and pepper, whatever I got on hand, nigga. I'm not finna be running to the store buying seasoning after, man, that shit gonna be all right. It's gonna have some flavor.
The X system. Because somebody called me a satanic paedophile, right? So I said to X, I'm reporting this for, you know, like false harassment or whatever criteria it was. And they said, we're launching an investigation.
Yeah.
And then they came back and said, we don't see any problem here. And I was like, what? Sorry, what?
Well,
the guy called me a satanic paedophile.
They've done the work.
You don't think this constitutes harassment?
They've done the work.
They'd be very concerned about the investigation.
Yeah, they've done the work, and they
found a picture of me in devil horns.
They found that everything is okay. You know what it is? You're going to get stuff like that. People are going to say stuff like that. I don't know where the line is drawn in the UK. I don't live here. I know some people here that they're not really tweeting or, you know, they're not on X. So I don't really know, but I've heard that it is a bigger problem than...
Well, we've definitely had a bit of a problem. It's not as bad as people think. Most people caught up in that have been issuing direct threats to people or harassment or whatever.
What's
the one
up,
that got
BG?
me was Graham Linehan, the Irish comedian.
Yes, right.
Who was actually arrested at Heathrow Airport by 5 armed police for jokes he posted on X months earlier about the trans issue or whatever. They weren't even like that savage. They certainly wouldn't have been savage enough for a Kevin Hart roast. And he was frog marched away to a cell by 5 police officers.
See, that
to me was...
What I'm saying is this, chat. Fish fries where I'm from is what the fuck we do. And what I'm telling y'all is that at every fish fry, even the fish fries I hold, man, this shit is about a gathering, having fun, some good, whatever the fuck seasoning I have on hand. Listen, we gonna put that shit together and it's gonna be all right. It's not gonna be plain. That shit's gonna be good. I'm not fit to listen. I don't know what I don't know. I guess I'm a little fucked up. I guess I'm just from the South for real. I guess I'm from Arkansas. I don't know, man. I don't know. We gonna work with what the fuck we have. That's how the shit goes, man. Forgo about a fish, man. Whoever house we pulling up at, going to get, man, what do you have on hand? What you got? That's the first thing somebody gonna ask, well, what you got? Now, it's some shit that you just have to have. But everything else, man, hey, put that shit together, man.
Dystopian
is a real problem.
Yeah, I agree.
And perhaps a preview of what's to come.
If we're not careful.
If you're not careful.
Tim Dillon, thankfully you're never too careful.
Piers Morgan, thank you so much.
It's been great having you. And great to meet you.
I love London. Now I'm going to go get stabbed.
The line in which compassion questions. Real advocacy protects the people it claims to represent, even when that's inconvenient. Real activism doesn't silence lesbians, medicalise children, or tell a little boy who plays with dolls that actually he's a girl. There's no serious activism happening in these institutions, as I've unpacked. There's ideological...
No, that's what I'm telling you, Michael Thomas. I won't put a lick of salt on that damn fish. Now, some pepper, all right, you got me there. I'm going to use some pepper, but if I'm putting seasoning salt on the fish, what the fuck am I going to put some regular salt on it for? I got seasoning salt, man. What the hell do I need regular salt for?
Enforcement, language policing, nasty online abuse, regressive demands dressed up as virtue, and there are children very likely to grow up same-sex attracted, questioning vulnerable children who are paying the price for our collective reluctance to say so. It's not bigotry to notice, I don't care what you say to me, it's not cruelty to object to it, it's not backwards to ask who exactly modern LGBTQ+ activism is for. Be brave. Let yourself question the narrative that you're being fed. Don't tell me to be kind if being kind involves lying to and medicalising kids, betraying lesbian and gay people, rolling back women's hard-fought-for rights, and hurling threat at those who object. Again, hatred, you talk about it. Try being a woman who knows what one of those are. I'll tell you about hatred. No, I don't subscribe to this kindness, and I'll tell the truth instead.
Well, Mate Flanagan joins me now. First of all, absolutely brilliant.
Thanks.
That was badass. Were you surprised about the reaction when it blew up online?
I think to an extent, yeah, because, You know, I think we all know that this debate, such as it is, has been going on for a really, really long time. And there have been some really amazing men, women, organisations that they've set up and are part of that have been saying the kind of things that I said in that speech on Thursday at the Union. I think I'm really pleased that it was sort of picked up online, because I think it's important to see that young people, students especially, are saying this, because a lot of the time people are pretty, you know, they're worried about the state of our higher education institutions. They're worried about our young people, especially women, because we know that there are a lot of women who are pushing left, politically speaking. I'd say some of them quite radically. So the fact that there's a young woman, you know, saying, pointing out what the problem is here and saying, this is what I believe, and normalising it being said. So I'm pleased that it was picked up online.
In your speech, you also talked about the abuse you've received campaigning for women's rights. You talked about being shouted at in the street, dubbed a fascist, spat at, insulted for how you look, even receiving rape and death threats.
Damn. They did all of that to her?
All right, you guys, happy Tuesday. At least we hope it's going to be a happy Tuesday. We all have our fingers crossed for Tom.
Chat, hit the like button. We got to get to 300 likes, man. We're nowhere near the 300 likes, man. We're at 3 hours already. I told y'all, we hit the like goals, we stay on longer, man. Come on, man. Like, we 25 likes away. Let's get to 300, man.
Thomas Massey down in Kentucky. Let's go, Thomas Massey. We'll see what happens. But we got to start today with some sad news, some very sad news this morning, because we are still being ghosted by the White House. I don't know why. It seems very weird. White House press team does not want to respond about that email. Is it real? Yes or no? I'm hurting. I slept with Brigitte doll last night.
See, I'm allergic to seafood, chat. So that's why I really don't care about all of that smoked and baked food and seafood boils and shit, man. I need some fried fish, man. Drop that shit in the pot.
So I do when I'm having a really bad day. It's okay, though, because what we've done is we have since filed an FOIA request for the relative White House Correspondents' Dinner emails. I think we're going to get lucky. Anyway, for today, we're not going to focus on that. Instead, we are going to bring you a conversation with the man, the myth, the legend, Victor Marx, gubernatorial candidate for Colorado. A fascinating guy, right? You got to just admit, he's fascinating. Another, dare I say, troubled faith leader tied to Turning Point USA.
What's up, Jada?
This could be the dawn of a new series. Fantastic pastors and where to find them. Welcome back to Candace. President of the United States made the announcement, even though he has since deleted that Instagram post. We then know
What's
that
up, G-Host?
when Erica came home after bringing back Charlie's body in a casket aboard Air Force Two, Victor Marx and his wife Eileen were among the small circle of people who were welcomed into Erica's home to comfort her and to take photos of the grieving widow. Eventually, those photos were shared on the internet. Now, I am also informed that he presented her with a bulletproof car, transportation. He alluded to that in the Instagram post, getting her home, providing transportation to keep her and her children safe. So we can ask him about that. And shortly thereafter, Victor Marx announced that he was running for governor of Colorado.
Hey, Candace says she interviewed Hunter Biden, too. I'm waiting to see. I guess that Hunter Biden interview is probably going to come, I would guess, either on Thursday or Friday. So she says she interviewed Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden's prepping for the interview. He just made a Twitter page today. He made his first post on Twitter, so I'm guessing he's preparing for this Candace episode to drop.
Colorado, a calling that he felt came from God in the wake of Charlie's assassination. But who actually is Victor Marx? I'm getting old, you're getting old. Our memory is fuzzy. Let me give you a little bit of a recap. I've already told you his real name is Vaughn Victor Kennedy. That's his birth name, at least. And he has told a lot of stories about his childhood, namely surrounding his stepfather, Glois Dean Kennedy, abuse that he says that he endured at the hands of Glois, which that abuse began when Victor was just 3 years old. I'm going to show you more about what he says about that in a bit. What we do know about his stepfather is that Glois did serve in the Army doing counterintelligence. He then pled guilty to a conspiracy to running an international drug smuggling ring, marijuana out of Jamaica. Victor's brother, Mike Kennedy, also pled guilty as a co-conspirator, but he took a plea deal in exchange for testifying against his stepfather. Victor Marx's biological dad was Karl Marx. What a name. He was a pimp, a drug dealer, and a world-famous martial arts expert. I am told Victor Marx is, in fact, very good at martial arts, by the way. Now, in terms of his biological father spent time in a mental hospital for homicidal tendencies, something that Victor Marx has expressed that he has experienced as well, or during a period of his life. Victor's grandfather, I told you, killed.
The fuck is homicidal tendencies, man? It's either you a killer or you not, man. What the fuck is homicidal tendencies?
His grandmother. So his grandfather killed his grandmother in a public murder-suicide. You're going to hear about Victor Marx's life. Some highlights, I would say. Age 3, beheaded a cat. Age 7, Victor Marx killed his first person because his stepdaddy told him to. By the time he was 17, he had lived in 17 homes and attended 14 schools, was involved with drugs, fights, and theft in high school. At 18, Victor joined the Marine Corps, served for 2 years before he was discharged. At 21, he says he found Jesus and he started attending Calvary Chapel Church, my favorite church. Fave. All right, 10 out of 10, Calvary Chapel Church. Definitely the pastors. At 23, Victor married his wife, Eileen Breeding Marx, and they went on to have 5 kids and grandkids. In 2003, he and his brother began All Things Possible Ministries. In 2023, Eileen's brother, Kenneth Brining.
You said it means you display it more than others. I guess everybody from the South has homicidal tendencies, man. Ask anybody from the South what's gonna happen if some shit go on. They gonna tell you, man, hey man, I'm gonna shoot them and I'm gonna call the police. They come over here fucking with my yard, my land, my property, I'm gonna shoot them, I'm gonna call the police. They come over here fucking with my babies, my wife, I'm gonna shoot them, call the police. They come over there fucking with my business or I'm gonna shoot them, call the police. Same thing in the hood. Anybody come over here tripping, I'm gonna blow their ass down. No diddy. That's what's going on.
Tried to shoot Victor Marx on Victor's property. Fortunately, Victor survived that, but Eileen's brother would go on to kill his own girlfriend. Not really sure what's going on with this family, but it's a lot. Like I said, he announced his candidacy for governor of Colorado on October 1st. So that's the reason why his background is now being called into
Good night, Karen.
question. It's quite mysterious. And he began teasing that run at the memorial service for Charlie Kirk just 4 days after Charlie's death. So, by the way, you don't have to take these biographical items from me. You can also hear Victor Marx. He has not been shy about sharing his story. Take a listen to him tell about how he grew up.
I remember sitting on the ground with my arms still tied to the bedpost. And then he brought an animal in, a dead cat. And he had a knife and he said, I want you to cut the head off this cat. And I was terrified. And he said, if you don't, I'll cut your head off. So.
At 3?
Yeah, about 3.5. I used the knife, cut the cat's head off. And then he put the carcass on my head and blood dripped down on me. So that was the first really memory that I have of what would be the beginning of a lot of abuse. My stepfather, he put one hand on my wrist. He put his finger over my trigger finger. And then he pushed, and I pulled. And I shot the guy in his head, and it killed him. And he shoved him in the hole, and he buried him. He wrapped the pistol with a handkerchief. And he said, if you ever tell anybody what I've done, he said, I know where this body is. And he said, I'll tell the police it's your fingerprints on this pistol. And he says, they'll arrest you. They'll put you in prison. But I remember being at a morgue, again, wrapped to a chair and watching them dismember.
She just said his dad was a pimp, a drug lord, and what else, man? Shit's crazy. What kind of cartel shit he's involved in?
A corpse. And then watching them burn it. And And I've
Good
dealt
night,
with
Karen.
Thousands of demons now. Thousands.
Good night, Karen. I hope you have a good night. We'll see you on the next one. I hope you have a good day tomorrow as well.
Easily. I've had demons speak to me through people. Had one just start saying, I will effing kill you. I will murder you. I'm like, shut up. No, you won't. You're being judged right now. Stop using this man's voice. Over 100 missions complete. With trauma care or help, over 45,000 women and children. Gene, because of our access and our relationships with the Special Operations community and the IDF, they took us into places no one could go. And they showed us things that Hamas and many Palestinians would say is just propaganda or a lie. Yeah. I let him hold a grenade for his birthday. This guy's trying to kill me. If he comes out of the trailer and he takes that corner, I'm going to kill him. Please prepare yourself. And I remember her going, what? They diagnosed me with bipolar 2, ultra-rapid cycler, and put me on a lot of meds. There wasn't any help or hope beyond that. I was just spinning, suicidal, homicidal. On the medications, I was suicidal and probably more homicidal.
Now, I would be remiss if I didn't also add that Victor Marx is very much involved in human trafficking charity all around the world, because all of Erica Kirk's dearest friends are, as I've mentioned on this show. It just seems to be one of the running themes. Anyway, as you know, we hosted Corby Hall, who claimed that Victor Marx was doing some deals or attempting to do some deals on behalf of the IDF. He never said those deals were illegal, just that he declined to participate in them, trying to buy 50,000 guns for the IDF. We'll ask Victor Marx about that. Now, Victor Marx's relationship with the IDF is not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of fact. As you just heard him speak about it, we have also confirmed that Victor Marx conducts this quote-unquote retooling prayer where he claims that he is able to summon demons into a room, out of a person's body, on more than just Corby Hall and his wife, on other people as well. In fact, I am told that he was once conducting such prayers at the Turning Point USA headquarter office. So that's an interesting thing. And this is odd because Victor Marx is not a pastor, actually. He has claimed to be a pastor throughout the years, according to many people. Proof of that exists on his own website, by the way, that it used to say that he was a husband, a father, a U.S. Marine, a pastor. That has since been quietly removed. Now, Corby Hall, you should know, is one of many people who have accused Victor Marx of abuse. Now, when these allegations tend to arrive, Victor Marx always rebuts them with the same line. The person making the allegations is troubled. Now, he was just trying to help them or rescue them from themselves. Corby Hall, he has said, has mental issues. There are other people outside of Corby Hall. For example, a young woman named Holly Chalmers accused him of kidnapping her across state lines and of exploiting her. Victor Marx claims that he was actually rescuing her from her pedophile boyfriend. This is what she had to say in her own words. Take a listen.
What do you want our listeners to know about Victor Marx, the man that you believe that he is, and the experience that you had with him?
I believe that he's a trafficker himself.
That's interesting, because that's a question we've been asking on this show. All of these trafficking charities, what are they involved in themselves? I don't know. Anyway, Victor Marx's own son wrote a letter.
Hey, chat, I need everybody to subscribe to the channel. If you have not subscribed to the channel, we're about 21 subscribers, 31 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Also, be sure to hit the like button on your way in.
Letter to the board on a company that Victor was a part of, accusing his father of abusing both him and his sister. Victor Marx's daughter made multiple social media posts confirming that he was in fact an abusive father, despite her not having wanted the information to be publicized in the first place. Here's a sample of what she wrote on social media. She wrote, on April 26th of this year, a letter was sent to my dad's board sharing detailed events revealing that I experienced abuse at the hands of my father for many years and that there needed to be accountability and financial restitution was being recommended. I had no idea about this letter, and I would even do a lie detector test to prove that. There was zero intention of the letter and the private matters to be made public. And that was even stated in the letter. My parents did not handle this letter well and immediately requested the requests in the letter to be retracted, or there would be quote unquote consequences. My dad's CEO reached out to me after my father's request for this to be retracted, offering me $55,000 as essentially be quiet money. I declined the offer and requested that we all do intense family therapy and intervention. Now, to be clear, she eventually is going to recant many of these allegations, but her friends privately emailed this show and asserted that no, she was telling the truth about her father and her upbringing, and that it was only due to financial pressure and control that Victor Marks allegedly holds over her life in the wake of her divorce from her husband, that she is singing a different tune publicly. I cannot confirm that. We're not speaking to his daughter today. We're speaking to Victor Marks. We can only confirm that abuse allegations tend to follow Victor Marks both at home and abroad. Now, we have also been contacted, I should say, by family members of Victor Marks himself, who claim that his entire—
Hey, Candace is framing the fuck out of this interview, bro. Like, before she brings this guy on, she's framing the hell out of this interview.
backstory of stuff he is saying about his stepfather simply is not true. He was not forced to kill anybody, that there are no bodies in the backyards of their farms, and that his stepfather, Glois, was indeed a crazy man, but he did not abuse those kids. Fortunately, like I said, we will be joined by Victor Marks himself when we get back from break. All right, you guys, some moments change everything. And for a woman facing an unexpected pregnancy, seeing her baby on an ultrasound and hearing that tiny to behead a cat, I have a lot of toddlers. Do you stand by that?
Well, let's start with, I think, what's most relevant right now are the latest accusations by your last guest, Corby, which is, I think, what brought us together on this whole issue. In what we're going to discuss and the time I'm giving you freely to talk about some things, are you willing to admit when you're wrong or you've been misguided?
So, Victor, just so you know, you're on my show. I'm not on yours. So I'm going to guide the conversation. I said I'm happy to speak about Corby. There are broader concerns. Actually, the way that my highest interest in you is obviously as it relates to Charlie Kirk and your involvement with Turning Point USA.
I realize that.
Yeah,
and you're right.
We can speak about Corby, but you're, this isn't your stage. So respectfully, you are running for governor. So I think your biography is important. Obviously, the Corby Hall stuff is important. And if something is wrong, we're happy to correct it. We did invite you to come on the show with Corby, which we asked you to do because that made the most sense, because you guys could rebut each other face to face. You declined to do that. So Corby had the stage for himself, and I could not offer a rebuttal because I wasn't there for the conversations.
Right.
So the answer is yes, but I want to start with your biographical items. Do you stand by that story, that inflection point?
Candace, we have to start with what brought me here, which is Corby. And I clearly communicated to you and your staff, do not have him on, do your research because he's unstable. And the very person that platformed him for you, Corby.
So I see why Candace is trying to ask the other questions first, because it's kind of like Candace is doing this, of course, it's for her show and the content. And this guy wants to speak on what he wants to speak on. Candace knows that. So if he opens up the show, airing out what he wants to air out, talking about Corby, then he could just leave. Because Candace does this live. I'm assuming this is live. So he could just leave. So it kind of only makes sense to ask the other questions first.
Corey has filled out a statement, both with local authorities and FBI, that he is homicidal, and he told her and her husband that he had plans to kill me, and she felt responsible for it being fueled, and your name was brought up as he's aggravated, something about he didn't get what he wanted out of your show. But I need you to at least acknowledge, did Corey contact y'all, not Corby, but did Corey contact y'all with the concerns of not platforming Corby again?
Well, you brought up a homicidal. That's actually something that you said in the clip that we just showed, that you yourself have had homicidal thoughts. Do you still have homicidal thoughts, or was that a period in your life?
That was a long time ago, and I'm thankful I didn't. But currently, this gentleman is being sought by the FBI and El Paso County Sheriff Department, who admitted to Corey, the individual who platformed him on your show, that he was struggling with homicidal thoughts, and he gave detailed plans on how he was going to lay in wait to kill me. Are you
Well, that's not
and your
anything
staff
that we have heard on
familiar?
this show. So like I said, we can't rebut on that. We received only a message from Corey that she got a phone call from the FBI and that they were investigating you for gun running. Did she inform you of this? I don't know. I would really like to go back to the biographical items, though, of your life. I don't want to get into your background investigations. I was not contacted by the FBI. I can't verify it. And as I said, we can discuss Corby's allegations. But I would like to begin with just the cat. Did you behead the cat at the age of 3? Do you stand by that story?
Did your team view social media, as y'all are a quasi-investigative team by all your allegations? Did you see Corey's public statement about what happened and how this is very serious? They cannot locate this individual you platformed, Corby Hall, and both his wife.
Victor, I just have to rebut you here and say that I don't necessarily trust what you are saying, given the fact that you don't want to answer just basic biological questions. And after having spoken with your family members who say that it's largely made up, I have no reason to believe anything that you're saying right now. So I'd like to just kind of focus on your character. We can talk about Corby. I have nothing to do with any pending investigations. I have not been contacted by law enforcement. So I'm not interested in having a discussion about information that I don't have.
Candace, you seem to be a little afraid of truth. And what I once thought was a solid show years ago, you've turned this into a TMZ, and worse than TMZ, it's like a Temu version of it. I'm asking you, did your staff not see the statement that Corey Kennedy posted online? We're talking about a homicidal individual who has threatened to kill me, and your name was brought up in this?
I have answered your question. I have not seen it, so I cannot have a conversation with you about that. What I can have a conversation with you about is the statements that you have publicly made since you are joining the show. And I would like to focus on your biographical items because, as I said, I've spoken with your family in Martinville, and they claim that your stories are fantastical. So I'm just asking you, and we can then get into some questions about the alleged gun sales that you were trying to conduct with Corby, which is what we discussed on the show and which we have seen evidence for.
He's dodging the questions because he wants to assert control. He wants to, come onto the show to get his message out to Candace Owens' 6 million viewers. She said she extended him an offer to come onto the show with Kobe or whatever. He declined. Kobe came, said what he said. Now he wants to rebut. So the reason he's dodging the questions and answering is basically a disrespect. Like, hey, the only reason I'm even here is because you had somebody up here and let them trash me. Like, I'm not here for your show. I don't fuck with your show. He just said it used to be something. Now it's a TMZ. Obviously, he doesn't like the show. He's there for one reason only. Candace knows he's there for one reason only. This is aired live, so she has to get a good interview. And he knows that she wants a good interview, so that's why he's behaving in the manner that he's behaving.
Cannot speak to you about a report that I have not seen that you claim is happening, and I would like to just kind of get you focused here because you're running for governor, and I don't think that Corby Hall is going to be your number one issue.
Thank you. Corby is my number one issue right now.
This is your number one issue for the state of Colorado?
Corby is the number one issue right now, who's homicidal and admitted he wanted to kill me and how he was going to do it. That's why authorities are looking for him.
Well, I would just like to say to people that are watching this, I cannot confirm anything that Victor Marks is saying. I have not said it. I think he is using my platform to potentially spin some tales. The only thing that I heard was that there was an FBI investigation.
Now you hear Candace address it. I don't know anything about what Victor Marks is talking about. That's the guy right here. I think he's using my platform to spin it. I seen this as soon as the interview came on. She knows it. Now she's recognized his antics, what he's trying to do. He's not there as a regular guest. He's there specifically for a purpose, to clear up the allegations to her audience. Nothing more, nothing less. He doesn't want her to get any good interview. He doesn't want her to. You see how she has the title Victor Marks, what did he know about 9/10, the Charlie Kirk situation? He doesn't want to give her any of that information. If he didn't have to talk about that, he probably wouldn't have.
That was looking into you for guns, and that's all I've heard, and I'm not interested in that. I would like to now, since you have the stage, focus on you as a gubernatorial candidate and your background. And so if I could go back to that yes or no question, do you stand by this story that you beheaded a cat at the age of 3?
Of course I do. But
Okay,
we're happy to
thank you.
give you the FBI's agent's name who is in charge of the investigation and moved it here. Regarding my Marine Corps time, this is one of the most flagrant misnomers that you have that really made us go, I don't think they're very professional in their investigations. You claimed, without a doubt, that I only served 2 years in the Marine Corps. Do you stand by that?
That was what we could find. I'm happy to edit that if you'd like to give us an updated answer.
Well,
was
it's
it,
not
was it
just
2 years?
so much edit. It was 3 years, and it was on the DD-214. So
Okay,
you
3 years.
spread misinformation with great confidence and said, what was he doing? Which shows the lack of professionalism that y'all can't even read a DD-214. So
here we go.
You know what? I'd appreciate an apology from you on misrepresenting my service to the United States when I served in the Marine Corps. Will you offer me an apology for that?
I think this was just sort of a clerical error that could just have been
It's not
resolved
clerical.
right here. Like I said, you could come on the show and we could talk about your biography. So
Well, now
I don't
you know
think
the
you're
truth.
owed some emotional apology. It was
It's
just
not emotional.
we thought it was 2 years. You're
You've
saying it's 3.
misrepresented my Marine Corps time. I would appreciate an apology.
I'm not going to apologize to you for that. I think
Thank
you're being
you.
a
Thank
little
you.
bit over the top. We reported to.
Believe
we
me,
stand
veterans
corrected.
around the country would stand with me. Veterans don't like to be misrepresented. And you are misrepresenting my time and service in the Marine Corps. And you won't offer an
we
apology.
are happy to update the record.
entire
You heard him
veteran
here.
community will take note of that. Thank you.
No problem. We're just happy to correct the error that we made. We said 2 years, and he says it's 3.
My
That's not a big deal.
DD-214 says 3 years, and it is a big deal, Candace. Don't minimize my military service.
Okay, I was not minimizing it. I legitimately thought it was 2, and we stand corrected.
Then offer an
and
apology.
I'm not going to apologize to you, Victor. I sense that you are quite arrogant and you're used to being in control of people
I'm not
and getting
arrogant
them to do
or
things
used
for
to
you.
be. I am a truth
I'm
seeker.
just not. I'm not that
and
individual.
For someone who is just lambasted innocent people as an internet bully, you're not used to someone come on the show holding your feet to the fire.
My feet don't feel like they're held to the fire at all. I think you're kind of representing yourself as a little all over the place and unable to just present
Not at
your
all. I'm
biographical items as I'm giving you the opportunity to do. I'm
I'm
asking
just
questions.
correcting you so that we can have an honest conversation and it's not another Timu TMZ approach.
Okay, you've done that cool line twice. Timu, TMZ. I see you had that
Yeah,
ready to
it
go in the
made
chamber.
sense.
Let's move on. Let's talk about your. Let's talk about your stepfather. You also claimed that you killed a man at the age of 7 because he instructed you to do that and buried him in the backyard. Your family disputes that neighborhood. They also noted that there are no news stories that would even back up that a man was missing. It's quite a rural community. Martinville, Mississippi. If someone went missing, that might have been noticed.
What was the name of
Can
the
you give us
town?
the name of the person that you said that you walked in and told the police that you murdered however many years ago because your father forced you to?
What was the name of the town you just mentioned? That was
Is this
rural?
Martinville, Mississippi?
No, it's not.
Where did you didn't grow up in Martinville, Mississippi?
No, I did not.
Where did you grow up?
I think you could at least find that out from reading my book or watching our documentary.
Would you like to are you familiar with Mississippi at all?
Of course I am.
Okay, am I getting the name of the town wrong? Do you want to just tell us as opposed to trying to do a dunking on where in Mississippi did you grow up?
Ma'am, you're accusing me of that I'm not telling the truth on things.
No, I'm
And
just saying that you
and
said
your
you murdered a
team
man. So if
can't-
you could tell us what town that was in, that'd be helpful.
It's in interviews I've done. It's in our documentary. And I'm telling you, if you can at least get the town that I'm in, how can we trust you with more information that you're
I
bringing
think the bigger
against
thing
me?
is the homicide that was committed. So we can scrap about the town later if you don't want to say it. Are you saying you murdered a man anywhere in 50 states? Can you give us the name of the man that you were forced to murder?
I didn't know who he was.
You didn't know who he was.
Chat, everyone hit the like button, man. I don't know, bro. I think this guy's full of shit. He's dodging questions. He clearly came on here with an agenda, just like Candace brought him on with an
Okay,
agenda.
and you walked into a police station with this information and were told it doesn't matter anymore. Is that correct?
Is that your assumption that I walked into a police station? Where did you hear that?
That you confessed to, well, the reason why we know this information at all is because you've shared it publicly and said
Correct.
that they. Oh, okay, so why don't you reshare the story and what's happened with that story since?
Well, why don't you present it accurately so I don't
The whole
have to
point of me
keep
having you on the
correcting you?
show and giving you the platform is not so that you can quiz me on your background, but rather so that you could just answer the questions and share the story in its correct context with the right city. So you don't have to worry about misinformation because you have a platform right now. Go ahead.
Well, Candace, I have a platform without you. We have 4 million followers. And listen, I've been on much bigger programs than yours. I don't need yours to clarify what we're doing. But what you're doing is making slanderous accusations that are incorrect at the very basic level. So, no, I did not walk into a police station. I called the sheriff department and made the claim many years later. Does that help? I'm doing
That
y'all's job
certainly
for
does
you.
help. Thank you for being
Okay.
able to just answer something and doing a quick fix there. Not everything has to take 5 minutes. You called the sheriff's department rather than walked into it. Thank you so much.
Correct. You're
And
welcome.
what happened after that, Victor?
Well, let me ask you this before I go on. Have you ever been abused as a kid?
Here we go.
Have I ever? Are you asking me if I've ever beheaded a cat?
No, I'm asking you, have you ever suffered physical or sexual abuse as a kid?
I would say that it would be a little bit more extreme if you say that you murdered someone. Like that's extreme abuse versus people.
But that's not correct. But that's not what I asked you. I asked you personally, have you ever been physically or sexually abused as a kid?
I have not been. I have not suffered any sexual abuse.
I am happy you have not. Now, what we're entering into now, we must be very careful. Because who I represent are millions of both kids and adults who've suffered abuse. And in no way do I want to make minimum of this or make it some type of ratings for you. I've shared my story as an adult regarding my childhood and the abuse that I suffered from 3 to 7 years old.
Yes, what I'm telling you is that your family members dispute it. So it's not about a TV moment. It's about me having spoken to your family members who say that this never happened. So that is of interest, obviously, because
not really.
You want to be the
because-
governor of Colorado. So figuring out whether or not you tell fantastical stories or whether or not you're able to tell the truth is kind of important for voters, I would say. And I'm inclined
Candace,
to think that you tell some whoppers because trying to make it emotional
Candace.
and say, well, have you ever suffered sexual abuse? We're talking about a homicide, okay? So I don't know that there are many people who can say that I had to kill someone or behead a cat when I was 7 years old and bury the body in the backyard. That feels like an extreme example. Lots of abuse takes place. Sexual abuse takes place. I've heard many of these stories. I would like to, this is actually very important. If this is an unsolved crime, you don't know who this man is. Where did this, I'd like you to just tell a little bit more about what the sheriff said to you when you called and said that you buried a man in
It's
your backyard.
interesting, though, that you're claiming my family members from Martinville, Louisiana, claim this never happened. I'm 6 years old, and never once has my family refuted any of this. As a matter of fact, my sister was on my documentary film, The Victor Marks Story, which folks can watch. It's a documentary on YouTube, and she actually completely solidifies the abuse because she went through it. So did other family members. So I'm not sure who you're talking to, and if
Are you referring to
validated-
Charmaine?
I am not. I'm talking
Which sister
about
are you
Debbie.
referring to?
Debbie, my older
I didn't
sister.
speak. I did not speak with Debbie.
So Charmaine, if you spoke with Charmaine, she is my half-sister who is the daughter of the abuser, Gloris Dean Kennedy. And I've tried to protect her because she has children. I've tried to protect the family that still carries Kennedy's name out of just, I think, caring for people. And my sister has struggled in her life with things including, a fiance who committed suicide. And it's sad that so much of our problems stem from horrible abuse from her blood biological father. So I'm sorry about that.
But also somebody could be missing a relative that got murdered. So I do think it is relative, like to you running for governor, to know why a sheriff, as you tell it, would decline to look into the matter if someone was killed and buried in your backyard.
Right. Right here at our Leadership Training Center, we've got members
What's up,
from
Jay? You still rocking?
We've got Attorney General folks. We've got investigators. We've got analysts and detectives that come here to our training center for a retreat. We bring people in. I work by through and with law enforcement. I have MOUs with them. I work to become the man that I wish someone had been when I was a kid to protect me. What I'm saying, and when we talk about kids suffering abuse, or in my case, abuse and then forced to shoot someone, yes, I was older in life before I went to the police because it's a horrific thing to deal with. The reason why, it is a cold case. It was 40 years old. We don't know where the house is. We don't know where he was buried. We don't know who the victim was. And my father, it was my stepfather at the time, he was put in prison for unrelated charges to murder, but it was, sadly, drug use and bringing it in. But there's a cold case. They could not find anything. At least I went to them to clear my conscience because I suffered for years thinking that I'd killed a person.
So you don't know where the house is, you said, right?
No, no. I was brought there at night. I was 7 years old, and I was forced to lie in the back of a car.
And do you know which city it was in, just out of curiosity?
There were two towns or sister towns, Mendenhall and McGee. It was in one of those, in Simpson County, Mississippi. Feel free to contact the sheriff department.
Young Merv comes through supporting the channel via Super Chat. Salute, plug my FBA brother in chat. Appreciate you, Young Merv, for supporting the channel, man. I hope you're doing all right tonight, my FBA brother.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to know about this, like who authorized you to be able to summon demons or exorcise demons? You told many stories about confronting demons, demanding to know what their names are. Where did you receive that sort of training? Because you don't say you're a pastor now.
Right.
Is that right?
I was in ministry, and I tried being a pastor, but I wasn't called to it. I was called more to be, I would say, a unique evangelist that helped people around the world. Now, as we step into this realm of spiritual warfare, I have to ask you, just for clarity so I know how to communicate it best to you, are you a Christian or a believer in Christ?
Yes.
Do you believe the Bible to be the inherent word of God?
Just to cut through what I think you're perhaps getting at, I think you and I would probably have different faith beliefs if that's what you are interested in.
Which is fine.
I think that is it fair to assume that evangelical, Calvary Chapel, are you evangelical? Is that correct?
I am a born-again believer in Christ.
Okay. So I'm Catholic. So the idea of you not being a priest and being able to exorcise demons is something that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
So I would just like to know who sort of granted you that authority. When did you start doing that?
Yeah. Well, you believe in good and evil, right?
Mm-hmm.
And do you believe that demons actually exist?
Of course.
And for us, and what I've studied in the Word and over the years,
BG.
is demons' main focus is to attack a human's mind through lies. The Bible says that Satan is the father of lies. And that's what often compels and then drives people to do things they probably would never do otherwise. I was very interested in this as a new believer in the Marine Corps to find out, why are people so evil? Why did such horrible things happen to me as a kid? And the only way that I got a solid worldview is to understand good and evil exist. And that is why Christ came to earth. And then that through his word and what he said in his death on the cross, we could be born again, we could be set free from our old nature. We're made perfect before God, but we still have to live our life out, and it's not in perfection. But he gave us all authority. He said, I give you authority to trample serpents, to cast out demons, and I actually believe it. So what really put me in that place was I think my introduction to helping kids who are in youth prisons who struggled tremendously. Oftentimes kids who had killed, murdered, raped, tortured people. I dealt with some of the most severe cases. And why God put me there, I don't know. He just gave me a love for them to bring them hope. And it was there that many of them asked for prayer. And when I prayed for them, they would often manifest demonic influence or oppression. And the Lord taught me how to pray with authority. I go into detail about it. There's a film that we made that clearly communicates what we believe our position is in Christ, our authority is in Christ, and how to set people free. And probably the difference between me and maybe others that, have done stuff is we don't charge people to set them free. We do this out of love. There's no financial benefit for it, especially kids who are incarcerated. But I have over 6,000 letters here in our headquarters of kids that we've written, and we've corresponded back and forth, that really were helped in this. So while I believe in the power of Christ and the Word of God, and I appreciate the Catholic Church and their hierarchy of who can and can't, pray for and do exorcisms, I didn't have access to that, and I started dealing with a lot of people, and I have over the years. You bring up Corby and his wife, Melody. If you talk to her, she says me praying for her, which didn't take long. We're talking 10, 15 minutes is the average time of prayer. It's not dramatic. Nobody's hurt. There's not manifestation. It's just using the power of Christ, praying for someone, and we love and care for them because that's what Christ does.
But you do say that you can command the demons, then that you can speak to the demons and ask the demons what their names are and things of that nature.
Absolutely.
So you believe you can do that?
I believe I can do what Christ did and said we would do also. He was the one that spoke directly to demons, told them where to go. He's the one that asked them their names.
Yeah, he's Christ. Yeah.
Yeah. And he said, my followers would be able to even do more than me. So I'll tell you, I just believe it. And we've seen it with thousands of people. And again, there's a film we encourage people to watch. They can watch it for free. It's The Unseen War. And churches use that. People of all faiths use that to understand that there actually really is power. And I've prayed for people who are believers, non-believers, Muslims. It doesn't matter. Humanity is under assault
I'm happy
and attack.
to accept that that's your philosophy, but you also believe that you can command angels.
I believe that angels are assigned to us and that we can, by the authority of Christ, command angels to help us in whatever we're doing. I do believe that.
Into rooms, you do this like prayer circle, and you don't feel weird about doing that, having people, bend down in front of you and say that you're commanding demons, tell you their names. That feels.
Yeah. Nobody bends down in front of me. No one even has to close their eyes when we pray. We record every session on audio or video so that they can have it, so there's no miscommunication. And I don't know, you have to look at the fruit of what happens of people being set free, like Corby's wife, Melody. She said she had struggled with thoughts in her mind, negativeness, since she was 6. And when I prayed for her, she said she was set free. It saved her life. So I don't know how that could be so wrong.
I could think of a lot of ways that it could be wrong, but I don't want to debate your theology. I just want you to have the opportunity to explain it, which I think you did. I do want to move on now to getting into some Turning Point USA stuff. So I had heard from Turning Point USA people that you also were doing prayers at the headquarters. Like you had a room where you would conduct some prayers. Is that correct?
I definitely prayed for a couple of people there. Yeah, sure, including Charlie.
Did you pray over Charlie and Erica Kirk in one of these prayers?
I prayed for Charlie. Yes, I did. He asked me to.
And did you do this sort of a retooling angels, demons sort of prayer over him and Erica?
Just Charlie. He asked me to.
Okay. And they gave you an office to do this. Is that right?
I prayed for him in his office.
And also other people at Turning Point USA outside of Charlie?
I think there were 3 other people that I prayed for that asked for that. Yeah.
Okay. How did you meet Charlie and or Erica?
I was speaking at an event at a small Hispanic church in California, and Charlie was scheduled to speak, and the pastor asked me last minute to speak. I did, and it was before Charlie. He was a little aggravated that there was another speaker before him because it was a Sunday morning, and I knew about Charlie but never met him. And after I spoke, he spoke, and then we met back in a little makeshift green room. And he says, I've never heard of you, but I'm absolutely encouraged to hear your testimony and what God's done in your life. And he wanted me to have his number and stay connected, so we did. That's how it started.
And was that when he was already married to Erica, or was that a little bit before?
Yes, he was already married to Erica.
Did you meet them both at the same time or met her a bit later?
No, she was there.
Okay, somebody at Turning Point also conveyed to me, and again, this could be inaccurate, which is why I'm asking you, that there was this falling out period, that you and Charlie did have a little bit of a falling out. Is that correct?
No.
You never had a falling out with Charlie?
No.
Okay.
No.
That might have been, they might have had the wrong information.
Well, and I heard or saw that you said he unfollowed me, or we unfollowed each other. Somebody asked me that in another interview. I made them open up their phone, go to Instagram, go on Charlie's and see if he was following me. You can do it right now. He still follows me.
No, they said it was a period. It was the person had said it was a period. They weren't saying that it was forever. I was just figuring I'd ask you about that.
Yeah. No, we never had a falling out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously a big question that we have had is you were first to post a video that was later on removed saying that Charlie had passed. And this video was about an hour and 20 minutes before the president's announcement. It would have been to the minute about the time that his family found out that he had passed away, or the people that were at the hospital have found out that he had passed away. So can you explain how you found that out and why you chose to remove the video?
Well, yeah, I'm first interested to find out why y'all think I was the first or one of the first, to do that. Because, I mean, a rough estimate, there's between 1 to 3 million pieces of social media content that are produced every second worldwide. And, my team looked it up. If there's 180 million posts per minute, and let's just say the first 30 minutes, we're talking 5.4 billion posts in 30 minutes. How could y'all narrow it down? What type of technology could y'all do to narrow down that I was one of the first ones to post that he had passed?
Let's put it in a context that's easier. The first person in Charlie's orbit that announced that information. And when we put it down to the minute, it was when Erica found out that Charlie had passed away. So I was wondering how that was.
Okay. I had someone text me, and he said, my son is at Charlie's event, and Charlie was just shot, and it doesn't look good. We went on it. I watched Charlie being shot one time, and my team, many who are former special operations guys and combat medics, lots of experience, they viewed it multiple times because I wouldn't, and they said Charlie wouldn't live from that. And I knew it. I knew the only time I saw it, I knew there's no way he could have survived that. And when I made a post and said, you know, Charlie's passed. Of course, I know Frank Turret. I know the security teams.
All right, chat. That's enough of that, man. If y'all want to watch the rest, y'all can head over to Candace and watch the rest. I'm getting sleepy, man. I'm not finna fall asleep in front of y'all people. What I'm about to do is finish the rest of my hibachi plate. Yeah, I got a little hibachi plate right here, chat. I'm about to finish the rest of that bad boy and call it a night. You know what I'm saying? Get the twiddling my toes, rubbing my feet together, yawning and shit, rolling over, looking for the cold side of the pillow. That's about that's about to go on over here. I'm just gonna tell you, it's about to go on. And we're gonna wake up and try this shit tomorrow. Thank you for rocking out with me. Some of y'all stayed the whole 4 hours. Thank you. Very much appreciated. I love you guys. We do have the best mods on YouTube. We are the motion. We the motion. Join the Discord. Be sure to hit the like button on your way out. Share this video out far and wide. Good night, chat.